That's smart. That is there. All right, here we go. We are playing. We're at the Modern Store Championship at Darkside Games here. I am Peter. I'm going to be commentating most of these rounds here with everybody today. Today we got Sunny on the left playing Devoted Combo, and then we got Christian playing 5-color Money Pile. Let me adjust this, everyone. And there we go. So we're looking at someone's hand coming through. Peter is here. I am commentating today. Just me currently. I know Josh, Jeremy, and Jazz are running around trying to do some technical stuff real quick, but just me for this round probably. Maybe somebody hops into the booth in the middle of it, but right now it is just me today. So yeah, there you go. Christian shocking in the Steam vents here. Has that Unholy Heat in hand. Definitely not going to let Sunny on top with this. I'll give UFC updates. Thank God. Thank God. The UFC fights, definitely important out here. We had a fun time. The computer did not like me when we started this stream. Hi, Jazz.
Let me check something real quick. Alright, cool. Just making sure.
Okay.
I just saw the 5-color money pile and I was like, let me go make sure.
It is, right?
No. But just make sure, like, you're on.
There's a lot of 5-color money piles that are not playing Yorion today, or still playing 80, but they're not playing Yorion.
Yeah.
So that is something I can say. Oh, looks like Sunny has the combo, and that looks like it. Well, I was talking to Jess. Okay, yeah. So getting the Destruct Recruiter. Does Christian have anything for this, or are we going to game 2? And we're going to game 2. Alright, Sunny with the quick game 1 here. Just a turn 3. I was joking with Sunny today, and I was like, Sunny, I put you on stream, but every time your game is so quick. And he's like, don't worry, just put a slower match on the next table. I was like, okay, I'll do that. So we are going to transition to table 2 here. All right. We have Michael. Oh, jeez. This did not save. We have Michael and Justin, but Justin is playing Burn today, and Justin is also playing Money Pile. As well, Michael is playing 80 cards still. He is playing that nice Money Pile. Coming in just with the large deck list here with the red and 6, the late line bindings and everything like that. So some fun. A lot of Money Pile here today. I think there is like 6 or 7 out of the 19 people that showed up today. So it'll be majority Money Pile for a lot of these rounds. We got Abundant Growth and Utopia Sprawl in here. Looks like Michael got a lot of lands in hand, though. He does have a lot of those cool new Unfinity lands. I know all of his basics, and then unfortunately he said he has all but 2 of the shock lands. As you can see, the Hallowed Fountain coming in tapped right there. Looking back on the burn side, it is 16-6. Michael can die at any point right now. Let's see if Justin has multiple burn spells. I see that Boros charm in his hand, so That's at least 4 here. Let's see if Michael has any way possible. I know Michael is playing some spicy stuff. I know he's playing like the Kiki Jiki, Renegade Rallier, kind of like Felder Guardian kind of version of this money pile. So he just picked up that land. Maybe played an extra land. Who knows? But yeah. Here you go. We're playing Omnath. Triggering the Risen Reef and the single Omnath here. So looking at that card, drawing a card. A lot of decisions for this money ball. Trying to get back into this matchup. Does put the land tapped off that Risen Reef here, and then on Omnath. Getting him 4 life here, that's going to be very important. Let's see if Justin can finish out this game if he has 7 points of burn, top decks of 3 off the end. No creature's going to come in at this point in the matchup, so does have a Kiki in hand. It does play that Hollow Fountain again, this time legally, but does get the whole bunch of mana resources. Does play the Felder Guardian, so Felder Guardian comes in. I assume goes back to the Omnath. Omnath coming back in with the Risen Reef. There's so much value in this deck. Drawing the card, and then now the Risen Reef is checking if it's a land or if it's going to be a card. It is just another card. Is that Abundant Growth going to his hand? That's going to be it. Boros Charm for 4 goes to 6. Does look like Justin's last card in his hand is going to be a land here. We got that Lightning Helix and just scoops it up here. There you go, Michael taking the game. Game 1 or game 2 here. Alright, we're going to go check back onto our table 1 here. Going back, let's see where it is at. Sunny's up 1-0 versus Christian real quick. But yeah. Sunny playing that, what's that card's name? Esper Sentinel. Christian paying the 1, so Sunny does not draw, but does tap out. Has no interaction for this real quick. Sunny with the super combo list does love playing that Gemstone Caverns. Plays another Esper Sentinel and a Devoted Druid here. Alright, does Christian have the answers for this here? Coming through. Does look like he has 3 mana Teferi, which is always going to be really good. What else does Christian have? Christian does have those beautiful lands. Well, especially coming through. Those lands definitely are very underrated. You know, those basics. Unglued, I want to say they are. I've always really liked the border. Like, I think the border actually looks really good on them. Maybe I'm just like a traditional border type of player, but I love those distinct borders on these cards. So Christian doing the math here, seeing what he needs to be playing against. Does look like he has the Prismatic Ending for that and the extra 1 to pay. Does let Sunny draw the card though. Sunny is tapping with 3 mana. Obviously already has the Esper Sentinel down for that taxation that plays that land tapped. Going to swing for 1 on Christian. Has a second Devoted Druid here. Christian again will have to fight through this Esper Sentinel and Devoted Druid. The constant state of not knowing if you're dead. allow Sunny to draw another extra card. Sunny's drawing 2 cards off this Esper Sentinel. It's pretty good here. It's a very bouncing Esper Sentinel, drawing a card. Sunny's untapping.
Oh.
You streaming? Or what are you doing today?
Just hanging out.
Hanging out.
Thought I was gonna be busier.
Well, if you want to stream.
Good.
Alright. Looks like he has the Devoted Druid and the Vizier combo. Does Christian have anything for it? Has the Cord as well. And that's going to be it. Sunny with the 2-0 on table 1 here. Sunny telling me he's in a combo many, many times today. And he did it. He did it here. Alright, going back to the other table match. Back to see if Justin can get a game off of this money pile here. Alright. Looks like we are still sideboarding a little bit with the burn matchup. Let's see what Justin has in the sideboard for this money pile. Traditionally, I would say it is supposed to be a good matchup for burn. But, let's see. Does not look like the money pile has anything for burn in his sideboard. Just has an Orvor, some Force of Vigors, Magus, Thrun, an Emrakul, a Knight of Autumn, 2 Endurances, and 4 Mystical Disputes. And Justin on his side has 2 Deflecting Palms, 3 Sanctifiers, 3 Smash the Scissorings, 3 Paths, and 4 Railing Vortex. I could probably see the Rolling Vortex come in, especially because of the incidental life gain coming in. Just doing 1 damage every single turn is pretty good, especially when the money pile wants to go late. It doesn't have a lot of answers to that enchantment as well, besides obviously Prismatic Ending. And then maybe some pass in there as well, because he does see Felidar Guardian, so he does know that he wants to do that kind of a combo, and all the strong creatures in Michael's deck. That path might be coming in as well. So what are you looking at? Shuffling for this game 2, I believe. I don't think we missed the first game. We are here just waiting on this game to start. Oh, we got Jazz in the booth. Do you know if they're in game 2 or 3? Justin.
I'm assuming game 2 since they're shuffling out. Oh, no, it could be 3.
Yeah, that's what.
Oh, I see. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I came in here just because I wanted to highlight a deck name from one of our commander regulars.
Oh, okay.
Larry
Okay.
Park.
Oh, okay.
He's playing Jeskai.
Yes.
He named his deck CEDH Jeskai times 4.
I know.
I want to get him in the booth because I want to see what his deck is.
No, he's playing a Breach. He's
Yeah.
playing Breach combo.
Yeah.
With like Emery and
Yeah, I
Grinding
see that.
Station.
Yeah, I see that here, but I want to see that deck.
Yo, that deck's actually. I actually been playing a lot of that
Yeah.
online. I've heard it. I've watched a lot.
But yeah, so far I've seen some pretty interesting deck lists so
did
far.
we count what was this matchup spreads or no?
I can do that in a sec here.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, we
watched-
definitely have a good amount of Omnath decks,
We
even
do.
with the banning of Yorion.
We
so.
do. We did see Sunny 2-0 Christian Keith.
Ooh.
Sunny comboed on turn 3 and then comboed on turn 5.
So maybe the Yorion ban did work.
I'm just saying.
Alright, I'll go get the match.
All right,
for you now.
100%. Michael having to shuffle his deck in multiple big sides because there are so many cards. I know multiple people were talking about how it is actually really hard shuffling all those cards every single round coming through. We are in game 2. Game 1 did take a little bit of time. So we got Justin. Michael, still shuffling up real quick. I want to highlight the Yorion in jail on the side from Michael. You know, can't be playing it as a companion anymore or playing the card. Just has to put it, Yorion in that banning jail here. Alright, cutting that deck. Let's see how much Michael is going to keep on this one. Looks like he has a Ikijiki in hand. Has that combo. It's like the sleeve. See if Justin can have a good start. I know if he can get maybe like 1 or 2 creatures down on the ground, it would be good. Does look like he has at least 3 lands in his hand. Let's see if one of them is one of those sack lands. Michael shipping it again. Does not think that that hand's going to do it versus Burn, especially on the draw. I'm gonna wait for the next match here. How's everybody doing today? How is the UFC updates going? Did they start? When are they starting the UFC? As well as UFC, I know when we were young festival got canceled today because of the wind. Talking about 55 to 65 miles per hour wind here. That's gonna be a windy one out there. It's a little cold, a little chilly out here. I might have to go get my jacket in between rounds here, but I know one thing. Justin's burning up. Justin is burning up right now. See if those mono red decks, a Boros burn, can do it here. Michael looking at a 7 again. Does look he got lands and spells. I do want to highlight that Michael always plays an interesting version of Money Pile whenever he can. You know, I got the Karmic Guides, you know, obviously the 4 Solitudes, but, you know, it's that Kiki combo, the Vivian on the Hunt, doing all the cool stuff, you know? Not just that traditional Money Pile. Gotta put the cool cards in, you know? Gotta put some of the cool ones in. Alright, Justin here. Fed shocking with Burn. His life total not going to be a problem here. Does just have a lava spike here just for that 3 damage. So let's see. Checking back with Michael. Does have a couple shocks and fetches in hand. Sees if he has turn 1 play. Didn't Utopia Sprawl down or not. Just going to start with that Verdant Catacombs and passing today. So another lava spike off the top for Justin. I want to highlight that it is mismatched. Not a fan of the mismatch. I'm going to be honest with you. Just when you rewatch this, man, you know who has unmismatched lava spikes? Darkside Games. Darkside Games got 4-ups of every lava spike. It's like 20 on the website right now. Get yourself some matching lava spikes, my guy. Storm, another 4. Taking Michael to 13, then he goes to 12 off of the fetch. So I'm at 12. Does not have any creatures to look down though, so it's not going to be initially threatened to find an answer or find a creature. But obviously, the amount of burn off the top is just going to be immense here. Got the deck in 2 piles. Finding, I think that's Sprada. Or a Ketchup. Find one of the triumphs. Finding one of the triumphs today. Alright, back to Michael's turn here. See what he can do on this turn too. Looks like we got a lightning strike and another 2 lands and 2 burn spells on Justin's side. So hopefully he can get some burn off that top. Maybe a creature here or there to filter out this hand. Coming through. Find that Flooded Strand for that turn. Probably gonna crack it. Yellow. playing that Flooded Strand. Does have that Abundant Growth in hand. Probably going to cast it on a basic if he can. Or just that fetch land so he does not need to take that one. Draws that card off of Abundant Growth as well. Does draw another Lava Spike off the top. That's 3 Lava Spikes from Justin. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18. Okay, 100%. Alright, does look like we got some meta share here. We have 2 Mardu Shadow, 3 blue-white controls, 3 red deck wins, a Murktide, a Jund Saga, a Mardu Stoneblade, Domain Zoo, a Teamer Flourishing, 1 Breach, 1 Hope and Dreams.
That's what she wrote?
It's a Hope and Dreams.
I tried looking at the deck list, I couldn't tell.
A Stompy, multiple money piles, and a Vivian combo as well, as we're looking at Michael's deck here. Looking through, Justin just burning them out every single time. But we do have that Mystical Dispute from Michael there. Making sure he's basically gaining 3 life here. Thank you, Jazz, for that assessment of our meta. We have a very diverse field, you know, these local metagames. Looking at 3 control, 3 red deck wins, and money pile being like the big 3 here, with some shadow and a lot of variation of mid range decks in this format. Justin going to his turn, draws another land, but this one is more of a sack land here. Lava Spikes, Michael 2/6. Let's see if he can draw anything. Going to be able to sack that land for another card, but does just have another land in hand at the end. Michael is just going to be passing here. Justin drawing up, does find another lightning bolt off the top. It looks like that is a Skull Crack, I want to say. Oh, this is a Goblin Guide coming through, attacking for 2, trigger, does find a land, Boseiju specifically. Leyline Binding in hand onto the Goblin Guide here. It's going to resolve. Just not burning him out when he's untapped. Just playing that Boseiju for turn here. Got a whole bunch of cards and lands in hand. Looks like Michael has a lot more lands in hand as well. Hopefully Justin does not play much for him, but Justin does just have another land. Looks like he has 5 lands in hand. Has drawn a lot of lands this game. Does play a Solitude on the end set for Michael. Trying to get that lifelink 3 in there, maybe swing the game that way. But we do know that Justin has that burn spell in hand. So Michael 2/3. Can Justin top deck the burn spell because he did not get that lifelink trigger here? Justin going back down to 11 here. Facing down that Solitude. He's drawn a lot of lands this game, but does have the out. It draws that burn spell right here, right now. Michael at 3. Michael doesn't have anything. Michael praying that Justin doesn't hit it. Does know probably that he has that extra land in hand because we're not moving too fast here. Michael, you know, gotta give the shuffle. You know, it's the last top deck of the game. Gotta give that shuffle. Draws, slow plays it. Does have the land to have the Searing Blaze to do 3 and 3. Michael is going to fetch and respond. Oh, nah, it's gonna die. It's another guy. 100%. All right. That looks like it. We are going to a game 3 here. we do have some results in. We do see that Larry, or our Breach player, did win his game 2-0 here. So we are still waiting out here for some other results to come in. We got plenty of time on the clock, obviously, on this round 1 here. Going to game 3, off for this burn money pile, well, Vivian combo deck as well. Should probably change that. Looks like there's going to be a couple changes for Justin as well. I do like those skill cracks, especially versus Money Pile. Can't let them gain that life. Cannot. Does have 2 skull cracks in the main. That's not even a sideboard card. That is just a main board card. Just coming in. There's so much life gain in this format. It is a little crazy as well. Justin with 16 lands. I think I saw him draw like 7-8 lands last game. So hopefully he can draw more of those burn spells. But does draw that burn spell off the top where he needed the land. So good thing he did not play all of them in time. How is everybody doing today on this good Saturday? I was gonna say morning, but it is midday here. I'm gonna be here for a little bit today. We got 5 rounds today, and that cuts to top 8. Playing for that sweet Omnath full art. I ain't gonna lie, I not a big fan of Omnath, but the full art looks really good. It has that 4 colors at the top. We get a picture of it later today. It's gonna be really cool. So, it's one thing I have to say is these full arts are looking good. That Dark Confident from last time that we had a store championship, that one looked really cool as well. So, kind of glad that they're keeping that good full art grind going here. Do like those full arts most of the time. All right. Looking like moths. Shuffling up just for this game 3. Thoroughly shuffling here. Oh,
got a guest appearance from Mr. Jeremy.
We have Jeremy himself coming into the booth.
Take a quick gander.
Gander, here's the meta sheet.
Oh, okay. Here's what I need to see.
We just have the.
What is Hopes and Dreams?
I don't know. You look at it and you tell me.
I feel like this is Larry's deck.
No. Larry's
the
playing.
breach pile.
Yeah. He did win.
His the name of his deck is Jet Sky CEH times 4.
Yeah, kind of is. Mardu Stoneblade? Oh, that's just the red-black scam and red-white scam put together right now.
Oh yeah, here we go. Hopes and Dreams. It's Fury Omnath.
It's
Tatiana Risen Reef.
Oh, it's old elemental
Yeah, it's
Rhino.
elementals.
It's elemental Rhino because you're playing. It's the Glimpse deck. Never mind, not Rhino.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like because I couldn't see the
Oh, this is just
like
burn.
what they were like
This is just burn,
cascading
right?
into.
Yeah.
Like
play
burn
burn.
slash like red deck.
Burn, and then Michael's playing Vivian combo, the money pile version.
Yeah, and then 2 money piles. Who's Stompy? Like Mono Green Stompy?
Simic Stompy.
Simic Stompy.
Yeah.
Bro.
Who is playing that, by the way?
Team or Flourishing?
Des?
Domain Zoo. Let's go.
Domain Zoo. That's like
Domain
one of
Zoo's
the
a
hype
good
decks
deck.
I like.
It's a good deck because Nishoba Brawler is just a. It's better. I think
It's
better
a better
than
Wild
Goif. I think
Nicottle.
Is
it's.
that other?
I think it's better than Goif
Yeah, it's better.
Because it has-
It's better Wild Nicottle.
because it has trample. Also, it's very funny because I don't know if in their deck list they're playing Dramoka's command.
Oh, yeah.
My opponent tried to bolt it on Moto, and I was like, no. Dramoka's command, make it a 6/4.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
And they just play 4 Leyline Binding.
Yeah. Card's good.
It's good.
No.
It made the deck playable.
I do want to
Yeah.
say, I've watched Michael shuffle this deck for like 2 games now, and I don't know how people shuffle 80 card decks. Like, he's doing it in like 2
So
piles.
it's Vivian combo without Yorion.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just
Yeah, it's in jail.
Yorion.
It's
Yeah,
in
he
jail.
he still has it.
It's just in
it's
jail.
Yorionless Yorion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So every
Like Podless Pod back in the day.
I'm just saying.
every money pile today is playing 80 cards.
Yeah.
We're just without Yorion.
That's
I
the
mean, there's
first
no reason
thing.
not to, like,
yeah,
you
it's
can
the
just
first
play
thing
it.
I thought about when Yorion got banned was there's no reason for these
Yeah.
decks
Well, why
to
don't they
just
just-
not play.
But why don't they just play
80?
back the old 60 version? Because arguably the 60 version was better.
Could be. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I hope Burn wins this one.
There's 3 blue-white control decks. We're
That's
gonna be
kinda
here for a while. Let me tell you. I'm gonna be here for a while.
And one of them's red.
Have fun with that.
Jeremy, you're just hanging out today?
I'm probably gonna leave.
You're just gonna go home?
Yep.
All right. See ya.
See ya.
All right, getting closer and closer to the start of this game 3 here. Michael going to 5 here does not look. It's not looking like a good start here versus Burn. You know, in game 3, going 5. Does look like Justin got. He got lands and spells. You know, Justin got a playable hand. You know, hopefully does not draw the amount of lands that he does from last time here. I know Justin was talking to me earlier. Last time we put him on stream. He did not. He got 2-0'd. There was not very close of rounds, he said. Not close games. Just kind of got a little bit rolled there, he said. So hopefully Justin can come back. Win this game 3, you know, get that redemption. You know, we're going to a game 3. That didn't happen last time, but we got to, you know, hopefully get the redemption on this round 1. Have a good tournament today. You know, we are playing 5 rounds. Does look like we're probably going to have a decent amount of X2s making that top 8. You know, always that good on that bubble. If you start at 3-0, you know, you're automatically going to get some IDs in here, you know. We'll always be giving you some exciting matchups here. Try to get some more of the long ones, you know. We got a little bit of blue-white control, so you know we're going to go to time pretty much every round. Maybe get a blue-white control matchup in here that we can sift through, you know. Sift through a couple of them. Alright, Michael debating on his 5 here. See if he keeps this one. I don't think you can even go to 4, even if this 5 is that bad. Does look at his hand. Does put both of them on the bottom. Does have the button growth. Basically, it's basically a 6, you know? It's basically a 6. Alright, Justin, fetching with that Aaron Mesa. See if what burn spell he has. Just getting the mountain here. Does not get the Sacred Foundry here. Does have multiple dual lands in his hand here. Multicolor lands. Got that Goblin Guide this time. Has a creature. Michael showing the Vivian off the top. That is a 5-drop. Going to be a couple turns before he's able to play that. Does not get that free land off that Goblin Guide. Doesn't have the second land. Michael having to keep a hand that just doesn't have it. We do see that Justin does have a Path to Exile in his hand, so does bring more. Second Goblin Guide trigger. It's the Omnath. But does have a Bolt. Does have a Bolt to stem some of that bleeding here. Hopefully. Not going to. Looks like. Is he going to path his own creature? Does he want to look at it? Can't just keep that hand. Oh, we're looking at it. Brennan 6. A Renegade Rabbler. And Utopia Sprawl in his hand. So Michael, have him keep that risky 5, you know. Has that extra redraw off that abundant growth, but did not hit that second land. Justin thinking about what kind of burn spell he wants to play. Does have an Eidolon here. Does have Eidolon. Knows that Omnet's going to come through. Does take that 2 from the Utopia Sprawl. That land can tap for everything here, folks. That land can tap for everything. 2 with that Eidolon here. Still has that Path in hand, has a Searing Blaze. And Skewer. Can play the Skewer for 1 here and then sacrifice that land. Ends up does have more lands in hand. Again, Justin drawing a lot of those lands. Hopefully can draw out of it. Michael needing to hit that second land drop. Does not. Just gets another Utopia Sprawl. Not the side of the deck that Michael wants to see here. Is he just going to take another 2 from this Eidolon? Is going to take another 2 from this Eidolon. Justin going to sack, get that land, draws another land. That is a sackable land again. Does draw another burn spell here. Goes to 7 off of Michael. Is going to go to 4. Justin goes to 15. Let's see if he has anything. There's just going to be a Path of Exile in his hand. Can Michael get anything here to help save him? Does draw that extra card. Does draw another path. Definitely nothing going to be resolving on Michael's side here. Sub-level does Solitude it. Michael living at 1. Does not matter if he passed that. Justin will gain that life off the Solitude though. See if Justin has anything else. It does have another sack land in hand. Maybe he can draw something out of it. Michael still does not have another land. Just draws another Abundant Growth. Maybe taps for 3, Abundant Growths it. You know, maybe hits a Solitude. All right. Justin got 2 draws here. Michael just laughing here. Sometimes those games happen, you know. Coming through, Justin. Can you draw that burn spell? Finds a Searing Blaze, but needs the both targets for that one. Finds the Rift. Hits him for 3. And it's a good game. Justin with the 2-1 victory here on that round 1 with Burn versus that Vivian combo. Unfortunate for Michael not being able to draw those lands, but there we go. Alright guys, thank you for watching round 1. We're going to be back with round 2 in just a little bit. We got about 10 minutes left on this timer. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Just gonna change some of. No, not to. All right, here we go. We are back for that round 2 here. We're just gonna get these names set real quickly. Troy. We got some fun ones today. We got a Breach from Larry, a prominent EDH player in the Vegas Valley. What is Troy playing? Oh, okay.
I believe Troy is on Murktide. Nope, he's on Blue White Control.
Oh god, we put 2 blue-white control players in the room.
It's fine. All right.
Here's red.
All right. We're back for you can tell him this by the way. And then Red's playing him. This one. I'll find it. You're good. All right. We're here in round 2. We got Larry playing Breach combo versus Troy playing some blue-white control here. Starting out this match, something I really like is watching this Breach combo deck just play. You just have so many just like cards that just synergize so well together. Like this Ragavan like Mox combo, just to be able to have like two mana turn 1, just being able to use Grinding Station later in the game, has a Spell Bomb. You know, just looking through all these times, you know, we got the Prismatic Ending on the Ragavan to start us off though. Just trying to slow down this Breach combo list. The combo list does not really have a lot of threats in the deck. You know, you just got Ragavan, you got, let's see, you got some Ragavan, some Ledger Shredders, you know, obviously the 1 Thassa's Oracles, the Emrys, and like Teferi. But you don't, and then your Breaches, but you don't really have too many actual physical cards that are going to win you the game besides the Ragavans and the combo, really. So let's see if Blue Eye Control can outlast the amount of threats that Larry can put onto the table. See if he has enough counter spells, maybe some graveyard interaction for that Underworld Breach in this game. That Breach can give you a lot of value, you know, coming through. A lot of the times, just being able to get that little extra 1 to 2 cards here. Larry does not have that second land drop, but does have the Mox, draws in that extra card off the Spellbound. Not the Spellbound. Oh my god. The Aether Spell Bomb. Excuse me. Does have Fire and Ice for Ragavan here. Larry drawing up on that his turn 3. Has a 3rd Ragavan in hand. Troy nods. Little chuckle here. Coming through. Does Troy have a 3rd answer to the 3rd Ragavan here? But we're looking at 3rd Ragavan, you know, he's only playing 4. Has the March. Exiling that Ragavan. The exiling is actually going to be super relevant in this because of Breach as well. Having 2 cards in there, his Ledger Shredder gets instantly counterspelled. Just has so many 4 answers in a row by the control player and hitting a land drop every single turn. But we do have one of the good things in this deck is going to be that Urza Saga. Plays 2nd Ledger Shredder as well. Plays a Bauble, having Ledger Shredder trigger. Draws a card. Discards a Grinding Station. And has that Bauble. So let's see. Does Blue-White have an answer for this one? Does have a March for for that Urza Saga as well. That's going to be a great answer as well. But does look like Troy only has that one extra card in hand, but does have Colonnado. Colonnade always going to be something that has a lot of text in this game here. It does get to draw the 2 cards from Larry. Does have the expressive expression. Expressive iteration. I'm gonna say that wrong all day. But yeah, looking through, just that 1 card in his hand, exiting the 1 card and putting one to the bottom. Just finds that mountain that he will likely be playing this turn. Has that cool Infinity. We are fetching here, finding that basic land here. Can't activate the Colonnade if he wants to. Yep, activating that Colonnade to block this Ledger Shredder. See if Larry has anything for it, or if it does just get blocked here. Has a couple cards in there. May get some breach targets eventually. Does have the grinding station. Does look like he has an Unholy Heat in hand. Does he have the Delirium for it? Looks like he has Sorcery, Artifact, Creature. Does not have a land. Does put the land in, so he does have the Delirium to be able to do the 6 damage on that. Ledger Shredder coming in just for 2 here. The massive amounts of filtering that you can do with Ledger Shredder, just all these like DRC type effects, being able to scry. Does look like a Solitude being drawn by the blue-white control player. Just on a Solitude, that Ledger Shredder just instantly, just all these exile effects out here. Oh, Larry didn't put it in the right zone. It's fine. Does draw 3 mana to Fairy. Another iteration, just the amount of things happening here. We got the Thassa's Oracle, another 3 mana Teferi. Putting the 3 mana Teferi in that exile. Does have an Emery. Just passes the turn. Coming through here. Solitude beatdowns here, reversing that life total from 16 to 19. Bring 3 mana for that companion. You know, is this the new companion of choice here for the modern format? You know, they banned all the good ones. You know, really coming down into the other ones here. Does be able to counter that 3rd expressive though. Does just have the companion. Does look like it just has a little bit more of lands in hand. Maybe wants to bring up some interaction as well. Plays the 4th expressive. Does get Archmage's Charm just to counter it as well. But does have the Steam Vents to be able to play this Emery for 2 mana. Be able to mull 4 here. And multiple artifacts, another Urza Saga, and the Ledger Shredder. Does have a grinding station in hand. So if he finds Breach, he's actually not in a bad position. Can combo if there is no interaction here. So it's one of those things with this Breach list. Can't play that long game. If Control doesn't have that interaction here, you can just win. 3 mana Teferi here, bouncing the Emery. Does look like he has another Solitude in hand. Has Supreme Verdict, Solitude, and the Companion. for the blue-white control list. Looking at a grinding station. Another Emery here. Still have not seen a breach. Has a breach in hand. Did he top that deck for the turn? Does have that breach. Has a grinding station. Does not have interaction right now. Only thing that the blue-white control list can do is get rid of this Emery, but we're gonna start this loop with Larry being able to cast grinding stations and untap and just doing a whole bunch of things, adding a whole bunch of mana, be able just to go through this entire deck, be able to just do a whole bunch of things here, and eventually end with that Thassa's Oracle. So I'm gonna look at this loop here, going through how many people are playing. There is 19 today. There is 19. So that 5 rounds into that top 8 here. Milling the 3, untapping with the grinding station. Be able to keep it going and going. Recasting that Mox, recasting the each time, netting the mana, milling 3 again, untapping grinding station, over and over and over again. Every time you play that artifact, the grinding station does untap here. They're going through the motions of this entire combo. Does only get to mill 3 at a time. We know that that Thassa's Oracle actually is the bottom card of the library, seeing that expressive iteration earlier. They are just speed going through this. They know the last one is going to be that Thassa's Oracle. Does get to play that Thassa's Oracle for turn. As well. 0 cards in the library. Solitude still can't do anything. That's going to be a scoop. Going to game 2 on that side. Let's go to our other table here. We have a fun matchup here as well. We got that another blue-white control list on this side. Let me hide this part and go back here. We have a Grinder Red on that left side playing against Gunther on the other. I'm going to switch these up real quick. Red playing his Trident Chargy. Blue-white control. Loves playing this deck. Multiple formats. A lot of the time, just always seeing him with those fun decks, you know? Just like playing your tried and true, you know, that control list in multiple different formats. Trying to find Gunther's list. I know. No. Where? Jund. Just playing Jund. I believe. That's what his list said. Expert said. Tatiana. It's a very interesting list. It is that Zurin Orb Tatiana Soul of Windgrace in this deck as well. This is a cool deck. This is a cool deck. Still has Liliana, you know, some spell bombs and like the normal Jund stuff, but does get to have that cool kind of like Tatiana finisher, you know? It's pretty cool. Red on that blue-white control. Just trying to control everything that is happening. We do see a red and 6 emblem here on the battlefield for Gunther. So not being able to really deal with red and 6 a lot from that red blue-white control side. So does have that red and 6 emblem every single time he has a land, can use any spell from his graveyard. It's going to be cool, you know? It gives you a lot of utility, a lot of endgame power as well. Turn those lands into spells, always going to be something you always want to do, especially in a late game scenario. Gunther drawing up here. Looks like he knows about the Solitude in Red's hand. Does look like he has a Thoughtseize as well. Gunther plussing, you know, getting back at that Urza Saga. Just that loop of value of just getting construct after construct after construct is going to be really strong at this time. Swinging with his construct here. Looks like he has a couple of cards. Got a couple lands in hand here. We've got their, believe, has a lightning bolt, so should be able to use that lightning bolt just to burn blue white out eventually into this game. See if red can hold on. Adjusting the life totals correctly, they said. Red, thinking about the next move here, has very shiny deck. Has a very shiny deck. You know, playing a lot of the same decks over time. You know, just kind of start folding everything out. You know, you gotta bling out your decks, max rarity it. You know, all the cool stuff. Here, for red, you know, making it his own. That Ren 6 at 6, getting another land off. Got that. Urza Saga back at 2. Slowly and slowly going to make more and more constructs here. Does play a land for turn. Going to use the Inquisition from his hand, you know. He's able to strip that companion from Red's hand. Sees Supreme Verdict. Supreme Verdict here. So be able to slow that game down. So maybe see a Solitude can slow it down as well. Can deal with one of these constructs. Also block another. Is this Solitude the key to coming back in this matchup? Does not look... Gunther does have a Thoughtseize in hand though. Being able to take one of these two cards from red, not something that he likes seeing. Just want to give him the option here. Not flash in that Solitude. Gunther going back down to 8, but is able to see a lot of cards here from red. Red, stripped of resources, is able to play the Thoughtseize again with that red and 6 emblem. Red needs a miracle here. 0 cards in his hand. Is able to scry, I believe, on the end step. He does have enough mana for that if he wants to crack that fetch here. Does crack. That scry too. Needs to find a lot here. He is able to make another construct. Finds a Solitude in the land. Just gonna scoop it up. Going to game 2 here on our second table as well. We're gonna shoot back, see if they are ready. to come through into this game 2 on our first table. Larry with the 1-0 was able to combo pretty efficiently versus blue-white. Got just a whole bunch of interaction from blue-white at the very start of the game, but eventually did not have that interaction for that Underworld Breach combo at the end here. See what Troy can actually do in his sideboard. We got some Mystical Disputes, versus another blue deck that's probably coming in. He has Ashiok Dream Render, very good in this matchup, being able to exile your opponent's graveyard and try to get some key threats off the top. We got Supreme Verdict in the sideboard, some Wear and Tears. That's also good. Some Blossoming Charm, some Spreading Seas, 2 Chalices, Dovin's Veto, a Rest in Peace, and then his companion, obviously. So that Rest in Peace, those Ashioks probably coming in, the Mystical Disputes, maybe that Veto, maybe some number of like that, some artifact and enchantment hate as well. Let's look at Larry's deck, what he has in the sideboard as well. We got some Engineer's Explosives, a Shadow Sphere, Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Spell Pierces, Aether Gust, Winds of Rebuke, some Mystical Disputes, some Prismatic Endings, a Wear and Tear, and a Teferi Time Raveler. Probably going to try to put that extra Teferi in, have some Mystical Disputes as well as other interactions, which is that obviously that blue-white control matchup. But Larry here on turn 2, just playing the Ledger Shredder and passing the big bird with Confined in here. Going to turn 3 for this blue-white control, has that land, obviously has a lot of assortment of utility lands out, has a Hall, has a Jago, and the Ottawa. Just has the counterspell for the Expressive. Larry does not have that 3rd land key in here. Comes with that tapped land. Does Prismatic Ending that Ledger Shredder as well with the 2. Larry drawing that 3rd land for turn, immediately cracks it. Does this play a Springleaf Drum, but does get an Emery out. Mulling the 4, another Emery, a Thassa's, a 3-mana Teferi, and an Urza Saga here. Something Troy can do if he exiles this graveyard. Thassa's Oracle is going to be one of those cards that are going to be able to win Larry the game if he can get that breach eventually. If that is exiled, obviously, Larry's potential of winning this game goes down astronomically. Does look like he has a Chalice in hand. Is he going to play a Chalice for 2 here? Just plays a Prismatic Ending on the Emery. Allows him to untap with that Springleaf Drum. Not the most intimidating card, that Springleaf Drum, in this matchup here. But does have a Grinding Station. Gets to play the Emery as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't really hit anything on here, but can sacrifice these artifacts. Coming back. Has a huge graveyard right now. Enough to combo with that breach if he can hit it. And a Grinding Station. Try drawing up here. See if the blue-white player can put some pressure on here as well. Maybe hit some land drops and some interaction. Larry pretty much hand on the table. Just looking at that graveyard real quick. Does not have a Grinding Station or a breach here, so cannot, or a Mox. Does Barch the Grinding Station here. Will sack itself to mill 3. Looking like a close one. See if Larry can draw out of this. We're topped out on the blue-white side. Just gonna start the swing. Start the Mishra's Baubles. And he gets Dash this Ragman here. Hitting for 2, hitting off the top. Does hit the land off of Troy. Troy is missing land drops here and is able to get that extra bauble trigger. Starting to grind back in this game from Larry. Ragman will bounce back to his hand and draw off that bauble. Troy hits that land on 5. Just passing back to Larry's turn here. Just found a breach in his hand, but in an unholy heat. Casting that bauble over again with that Emery. And keep rinse and repeating this playstep until the blue-white control wants to do something about it. Does fetch here. Finds that steam vent. Cycling a Shark Typhoon for 3, but does have the Unholy Heat for the Shark Typhoon token. But does get to draw a card after he shuffles real quick. And then obviously that Ragavan hit trigger coming through. Getting another treasure here. Something that you can always do. Hits that castle at the top, so no additional value for that Ragavan, but gets that second treasure here. Has an Unreal Breach in hand. Starts another land off for the blue-white control. Gets to bobble. Draw the extra turn, extra card as well. They're really grinding out this blue-white control matchup real quick, showing the power of the recursion threats of Emery, the Ragavans, just the baubles coming through. Replays baubles again.
Right, just so we have, since you can't really get a good look at Troy's hand, he currently has 2 lands and a Mystical Dispute. So not really able to do much.
Does attempt to Mystical Dispute, I believe, a dashed Ragavan, but has enough to pay for it. Does not matter. And be able to swing with that Ragavan as well. Hit for 2. Sees a Wear and Tear that did come in on this matchup. Makes another treasure. Plays another bauble from hand. Gets to see the top card of his library as well. Larry taking a read on this card. Trying to see what this does. Larry immediately, kind of new to this format, does play a lot of Commander, a lot of CDH Commander. So, says he understands his way around Breach. One of the main win cons he does play in Commander, he says. So, at least that's something there. But, oh, it is the Ashiok. Be able to mill 4 cards and then exile the entire graveyard. That's going to be super, super impactful here. Those baubles are gone. We'll still have that Ragavan in hand. See if he hits anything super big. Does not have that Thassa's Oracle, especially in the graveyard as well. Cannot use that Breach to win the game on that end. Just plays a land though. So we're drawing back up. We just see an Urza Saga. That's going to be really big here to close out this game. We got multiple Ragavans in hand, it looks like. Paying 3 though to play that 3-mana Teferi. Does plus up. So he's just going to hard cast, or he can use that treasure to dash the Ragavan. Uses the Springleaf Drum. Takes that too. Sees just another land off the top, getting a treasure. Ragavan going to just bounce back to his hand unless he wants to play Ragavan from hand. Blue-white control had 8. Getting outvalued by this Breach combo deck real quick here. See if he can draw out of it. Does have the Ashiok. I know Larry's deck size is going to be a little bit lower because of all of the milling that is happening here. Does minus on the his own Ragavan to draw a card. See the auto water from there. Just gonna play the Ragavan hard cast here. Get out of his hand. Coming through. Alright, control. Gonna be fetching on the end step here. Hopefully drawing something that he can draw out of it. that Hollow Fountain tapped here. What can blue-white draw? Looks like it's a prismatic ending here. Rearranging some lands here. Seeing what he can do. Can play the Hall eventually. Can activate this Hall. See if this Hall of the Storm Giants is going to be a big player in this game here. We've gone to that time. It's just going to get rid of that Ragavan though. Exiling the Ragavan gets a plays companion as well in here. Will he decide to take down on the Ashiok? Does not. Larry cannot search his deck as well, so is key. But this Urza Saga is going to come into effect here. Should go up to 2 this turn. Getting those constructs in is going to be big here. Larry deciding what he wants to do. Has about 5 cards in hand, has a lot of options. Does decide to dash the Ragavan here. Can trade with the companion. One of the last turns. Taps 2 extra mana. Does have the legendary requirement here to bounce the companion. Can hit with Ragavan here. Or a plus to fairy, swings with Emery and Ragavan. Gonna bring him down to 4. Getting that extra treasure token. Just sees a counter spell at the top. Not gonna do anything this turn. Has a Mystical Dispute in hand. In case his opponent does tap too low, but looking through here, Ragavan going back to hand. See 5 mana to fairy here. If he does just slam this fairy, that Mystical Dispute will be able to hit it. See where we go from here. Larry looking like an interesting position here, but is staring out that Ashiok. Can't do his main combo line. Just gonna pass here, just holding up the Hall. Larry draws that card, hits a land for the turn. Urza Saga does go to 3. Xeno decide to does make a construct. Cannot search his library off the Ashiok though, so the third chapter of that Urza is not going to do. That Urza Saga is not going to do anything. Does plus the Teferi here. Looking at it, just passing back control, drawing that card. Still looking at the same 5 mana Teferi. Is going to tick down on the Ashiok, mill him a little bit more, and exile. Sees a Galvanic Blast. How many Galvanic Blasts do we have in this list here? That is going to be a way that you can just end that game. Just the one, actually. So does not have that blast to do anything left. Just get to find a Bauble. Can play Bauble, crack it, and replay it off Emery if he wants to draw 2 cards here. Does dash the Ragavan. Trying to just swarm this blue-white control player. Does Archmage Charm to steal, but Mystical Disputes back. Does not. Would be able to take the construct, make it so he only has 2 attackers here. Maybe able to trade with the Ragavan as well. Larry debating to see what the play here is. Currently, that construct is a 4/4 for him, a 5/5 with the Spring Lake Drug. Does tap to Mystical Dispute it. So Larry can put this control player down to 1 with the hit off the Ragavan. Let's go to 1, sees another Ashiok off the top, but gets a treasure token. Has 3 treasure tokens here, has plenty of mana to work with here. Just does not have a graveyard. The Ragavan will be dashed back to his hand. Is this the time the blue-white can stabilize here at 1? We'll have 2 creatures on the board. If he plays his companion again, has 5 mana Teferi in hand. Let's see what we can do here. Decided to crack bubble. Draw that. Look at the time. Look at the top card. Look at his top card. Looking and debating about what can happen here. Has a breach in hand, another land from Larry. Doesn't really have a lot of options, but we'll be getting this Ragavan back. Sacks 3 treasure to be able to cast that Ashiok that was there off the top with the Ragavan. Is he going to start milling? He does start milling the control player. 4. And exiling his graveyard, which is important. We got Ashiok on Ashiok violence here. How did he cast Charm with the Terry 3 in play? Fair. That's true. He cannot do that. Well, it's too late at this point. But no, he shouldn't be able to do that. Larry counting the amount of cards left in his library as well. Has milled multiple times with Emery, multiple times with Ashiok. Has 5 to play 5 mana Teferi. Gonna tuck Emery. And then exile the top with Ashiok. 2 mana, get rid of Ragavan with the March. Troy being able to stabilize here. Larry looking through his exile as well, seeing if he has enough cards in his deck and a sequence of draws to be able to win this game. Does not have the Galvanic Blast. Does have a bauble. Has multiple fetch lands in hand. And a breach. Looks at the top card with that bauble. Ashok taking down into himself. Does have a breach in hand. Does only exile his opponent's graveyard. Cast breach. Exile 3 to play another bauble. Baubles himself. Back to the blue-white turn. They're drawing 2 cards off those bauble triggers. Has to be tasty for Troy to mill Larry here with the amount of cards left in his deck. He's able to play that companion from hand if he wants to. Does replay his companion. Swings with the construct into Larry. Does get milled 4 off Ashiok. On top 2, Larry draws his last card here. And scoops it up. Going to game 3. Alright, let's go hop back up onto that second match here. Coming through. That match score. Just going to update that real quick. Do not know if this is game 2 or game 3, but it's probably still game 2 because of how long blue-white control does go. Looks like he has that Solitude on the field. Has a Dread Horde Arsonist and a Pithing Needle. Looks like he has also a Hull, but can only do 10 damage to come through real quick. But does have a Pithing Needle out. This time does not have that Run and 6 emblem. It is in the graveyard. Looks like he has a Cannonade. I don't know how you can get a Cannonade from red. Plays a Bloodstained Mire. Plays one of the Kamigawa lands, does mill 3, and then is able to return. I believe is this one. It's back run 6. Attempts to play run 6, but does have that charm to counter it here. Gunther just has another land in hand, does not have much else to do. Can swing the Red Heart Arcanist. Let's see what we got. Red and Gunther have nothing in hand. Looking at that Pithing Needle has to be on that hall from consideration. Red looking at the card and coming back to his turn. Can he squeak this game out? Tapping the one white on tapping. What does red have here for turn? Can swing the Solitude again. Attacking for 3. Updating life totals here. 21, 2, 3 here. Red is up. Just needs one more Solitude attack. Does fetch. Go to 2. And they're pulling out another land, seeing if he can draw anything off the top. Has to stop the Solitude coming in. Can chump block for 1 turn, but needs to find something to be able to get back into this game, or we're gonna go to a game 3 here. Draws up. Does draw another land, just another Verdict Catacombs here. Coming back. Kills the Solitude and takes that extra 1 off. The Dreadhorde does live for another day here. Does Red have anything in hand? Does the Leyline Binding the Pithing Needle and has the Hall. That's going to do it. Going to a game 3 on our second table as well. Let's go hop back up onto that first table here. Back to Larry versus blue-white control here. Larry looks like he has a good start here. Has the Emery as well as a Ledger Shredder. Troy fetching with both of his fetch lands here. It is nearing time here. Does have a counter spell here, but Spell Pierced back, I believe. Does get that Ledger Shredder trigger for the second spell. Discards a Breach. Off the Connive. Ledger Shredder does resolve. Has a pretty big graveyard here coming through. It's going to be able to replay that Bauble. Start that value engine of the Emery Bauble. Being able to look at the top card, know what to be playing around. Know what's coming in the future. Ledger Shredder attacking for 3. Just chipping in with Larry. Coming through. Alright, we got special guest here. He's going to be able to get commentating this last part.
Yeah, how's it going?
You're good. Alright, Larry. drawing back up. You got the Urza Saga on too. Looks like that Ledger Shredder and Emery does fetch for turn. This Breach combo deck, something that I really like watching play. It's very cool. He did get to do the combo on in game 1, and then got milled out in game 2.
Oh, really?
Yes, by by Ashiok and the amount of Emery hitting here.
You can get pretty far down there. Graveyard is a resource.
He did. Everything got exiled as well, so he couldn't Breach combo. But second thing he's casting this turn, getting both of those Connive triggers off those Ledger Shredders. Looks like he just has a whole bunch of lands in hand. Second one draws another land. We're probably shipping that one to the bin as well. Does have that Dash Ragavan coming in for 6 in total here. Looks like he has that Solitude. Ledger Shredder leaving, but still being able to hit, especially with that Ragavan here. What else does he have? He was able to Shark Typhoon as well. Larry can bounce it. Does have the Ottawa in his hand, and has the legendaries to pay. A little bit less. Does hit the 3, hits a Leyline Binding, and is able to bobble after. Draw another card on the end step. This is what Larry did very efficiently in game 1. He's able just to play Ragavan, dash it every single turn, play multiple baubles, just keep getting that value engine going and going. See if Troy has anything left in his hand. He has a lot of lands, as you can see, coming through.
Ragavan and Shredder, if they're just not dealt with, they take over.
They do so much. Just the amount of value, the filtering, everything like that. Troy being able to play that Ashiok here, very key. Gets to mill 4 and exile all of Larry's graveyard. Really good against that Breach, especially because Larry does go down in cards a lot with that Emery, and drawing a lot of cards off Bauble, drawing a lot of cards off pretty much everything. Does he need to draw his card before he can do this Urza Saga thing? Does make that construct here, and is able to search something out. Larry does not. Okay.
I don't know what's in blue-white controls now. I'm not sure if I agree with that Ashiok, because like Ashiok, don't tell me, because I might have to play them.
No, he's really good. Well, the Ashiok.
The Ashiok
Ashiok's actually really good.
Yes, it stops him, but Larry's going to win by creatures. That's not his game plan at the moment. Like, the Breach is going to be a backup combo at this point.
Yeah, Ashiok doesn't make it matter. But yeah, that Legislature should have been in the graveyard at that time. That it did get exiled. But the value of just Emerys and Ledger Shredders and Ragavans just going through is just very good as well.
Even Breach and Bauble is an insane combo. Just those two alone. If you have like 8 to 9 cards in your graveyard, you just go Bauble, tap, Bauble, tap, Bauble, tap.
Does he draw 3? Does he Thassa's Oracle as well? It is kind of risky because it is going to be in the graveyard now, so obviously that Ashiok can just exile it. Especially if he's going to go... Cannot search. That's why he can't do the Urza Saga, and cannot fetch as well. Cannot search because of the Ashiok. The unknown text of Ashiok.
Best part.
There's those static abilities in War of the Spark. There's a lot of text on these cards. A lot of text on all these cards these days.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, compared to
every card has so much text these days.
Gosh, I look at like Yu-Gi-Oh cards. The text is twice as much, with a font that's like 8.
Does mill that Galvanic Blast, the one of in his deck? Unfortunately, milled the Galvanic Blast when Troy was at under 4 for like half the game.
Troy needs a board wipe immediately.
He has 3 cards in hand. No, one of them is a land. See what he can draw off the top. Still has that Ashiok, but at 6. Looks like he's ticking down here. 2, 4. Hit the Spell Pierce. Another Teferi. Plays that land tap.
Show me something cool.
This prismatic ending, the literature does put it to the exile zone. Did not put it in the graveyard this time. That's pretty good. There you go. Has a construct here. The construct is a 3/3. So he has 4 power on the board.
He's close.
It's another expressive. Sees Mystical Dispute. I'm gonna put that one in hand 100%. Can exile this Saga and put Ragavan to the bottom. Is able to set up here. Has a Mystical Dispute. Being able to dash the Ragavan from his hand as well.
That's lethal. 3, 4, 5, 6.
Should be exact lethal here. Doesn't have anything, just has lands, and that's gonna be it. Be on game 3-4, Larry. We're gonna hop up to that last match here. On this side, red playing against Gunther in this Jund versus blue-white. 1-1 here. We've got 8-16. Looks like he has 4 constructs here. Solitude being able to
Gonna soften the blow. Hard cast.
Does get a hard cast. So Gunther gets to go to 21. But that's a lot of constructs here. And has another Urza Saga out there as well. Let's see. Red does need a chump block here. And gain some life. Does have has a second Solitude though.
Oh.
Has a second Solitude he can invoke. So exiles another one. So those are gonna go to 3/3s, and so he can block and trade with one.
Do it. Take the trade.
He pretty much has to here. Unless he's just going to take 3 and hold the Solitude. He's going to hold it, not going to block. Looks like Gunther just has a full grip as well. Red on the back foot of this game 3. Boseiju into Dread Horde, I believe. Oh, there's just like I already searched something. Okay, I'd probably search the middle. Red draws up, sees what he can do. Looks like a memory deluge. We are in turns as well. This round has gone long. Looking at a memory deluge. Looking like a land. Immediately puts 1 down. As a counterspell, the prismatic ending. So he's going to be able to get rid of one of these constructs here. That construct does go down to a 2/2, but does have that Dread Horde. I think the only target he has, I believe that's a Thoughtseize in the bottom as well. Going to turn 2 here.
That was a big swing. He had like 4 constructs.
He did. See, he does have a Lily in hand, so can get rid of the Solitude. And swing for 3 this turn. Put red down to 2. See if anything else that he can do.
Jund versus Control. What year is it?
I know. Does have a Terminate as well. Still playing Terminate, by the way. This is definitely a blast of the past.
The only thing about current Jund decks, really, I mean, you have the 2, which is like, your Jund Saga, which he's probably running because he's got the Saga. The Saga. And then you have Boomer Jund. The only thing about the old Junds and Lilies is that you usually have another card to recap your loss from Lily, which used to be Bob. And Bob fell out of favor. And so Lily's kind of in a weird place.
You can't play Bob in a red and 6 format.
No.
Red and 6 is really good. Card's very good. Yeah, card's very good.
Which means Ren and 6 is your card to recap, but if Control's coming back, then Lily needs to come back for sure.
Looks like he is going to play Lily. Looks like he's gonna he's fetching with that.
He's checking if he has lethal. It's 3 damage. You just need a bolt. Bolt, snap, bolt. In this case, we bolt Arcanus bolt.
That's true. That is true. I think he just has another Terminate in hand. Still needs to find this land off the Wooded Foothills and tap mana for Lily. So I should have 2 left. That's for shock. Swings 3, but isn't it cast that Thoughtseize from the graveyard? Looks at Red's hand. Just don't have a. The Kavu coming out.
The spice on this deck. That's good.
And that's it. Red getting taken down in game 3. Gunther. I'm going to start out with a 2-0 lead. Alright. We're going to take a quick break because that was going to be that last game here. And then we'll come back into the next round. All right, here we go. We are back. Oh, jeez. Should be back for round 3 here. We have a spicy one in the feature match here. We got Patrick on Murktite versus Ryan on Mardu Stoneblade here as well. Coming through with that spicy Mardu Stoneblade list. Alright, right here. Coming through.
Good.
Yeah. Looking like a lot of these blue-white players are all on the top table, so we have tried to get a little diversity here on this on these match games, but they're making us hard, making it hard for me, making it hard. A lot of blue-white on the top tables here. So found this cool Murktite Martin Stoneblade match on one of the top tables here on table 4. We are looking at these 5 rounds here. Starting with the Inquisition, sees Murktite DRC double bolt here. He's taking a bolt. Does not take DRC. Definitely means that he has a kill spell in hand for Ryan. It didn't move. I don't know how to. It didn't move when I tried to move it. That's why. But it's just not moving. It's fine. Oh, it locks in place. You know, there we go. We got the technical support in here. Figured it out. Get a little dirty in here. You know, sometimes you don't know what's happening, but we got the DRC coming in, and you know, name of the deck. You know, we got the Stoneblade, Stoneforge Mystic here, grabbing the sword. Not sword here. What sword is he? What sword he got main? He got a main board sword. This man's wild. This deck's wild. So we got a Sword of Fire, nice here. You know, actually really good in this meta. You know, you got that protection as well as being able to do the additional effects. So looking at Murktite here, looking at this DRC on the battlefield. Ryan got a couple hands in hand, another Stoneforge misses, and his copy of Cauldron Complete. That one's gonna be a good one. Here we go. Plays a land for turn. Now put in the Cauldron Complete. Does have his Germ token. Kind of a little read on this Cauldron Complete right here. I will do the same so I don't get the text wrong on here for everyone. Has a lot of text on it. A lot of text. So we got a 7 mana living weapon, has indestructible. Coach creature gets +5/+5 and has first strike, trample, indestructible, haste, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a creature, exile that creature. So a lot of text here. Does bolt that Stoneforge Mystic though, but does take that 5 damage off the Cauldron. Just looking at that DRC here, has that counterspell and Murktite in hand. What is Patrick going to do to deal with this big threat here? Ryan with another Stoneblade in hand, and another land. Patrick just passing the turn. Does he have anything there? Ryan drawing another land here. It's just gonna slam. Another Stoneforge. Does counterspell that Stoneforge Mystic. Ryan playing that tap land, going to combat here. Makes his opponent remember the DRC triggered. Keeps it on top. Does swing the extra 5. Does block with DRC. Oh, I don't think he can. He cannot block with DRC. Taps his Steam Vents. Plays a second DRC here. Does block. Does attack with the other one. Does draw a Bolt for a turn for Ryan. Three mana. Plays the sword. Can attach that sword as well. Touches to the germ. Swing to the germ. This will be a 7/7. That's going to be gain 1 for Ryan. Just getting that good Stoneforge into that Cauldron and just hitting it so many times, that germ token. Putting in that work. Here we go. We're going to go to the next table over here. We do have Sunny back in the future match here on Devoted Combo versus playing against Kevin on Blue-White Control. Another one of those Blue-White. This is going to be our table 1 here. Just still looking at it. You got that Blue-White Control of Kevin and Sony. Sony looking at 21-7 here. Has a Devoted Druid, but he's looking down a Teferi and has a Chalice on 1 here for Kevin. Sony, just an absolute master of this Devoted Combo deck. Just plays it all the time. It's very bouncing. Drawing a card for Kevin. Still has 5 mana open. Passes the turn. Sunny draws up for turn. Looks at Finale of Devastation for X equals 2. Does get countered by the Archmage's Charm. Asks if he was going to pay that extra 1. Does pay that extra 1 here. Does swing it onto the Fairy for 2. As well with that Noble Hierarch trigger. So Kevin not getting hit by that combo right there with that Finale of Devastation. Sunny, 4 cards in hand. Does not have a third land here. Kevin plussing to 3 mana to Fairy. Passing it back to Sunny. Sunny drawing here. Does hit a land for turn. Does look like he has Chord of Calling in his hand. And is just going to attack for 2 on to the 3 mana to Teferi. So Kevin got a couple lands in hand. Kevin thinking about this play. Does he want to have his 3 mana Teferi die right now? Looks like he has a replacement in his hand. I'm gonna look through his graveyard. Sunny's gonna look at his graveyard as well. Kevin making a tough decision. If this goes, Sunny could just Chord Calling on hit the end of his turn next turn. Come back. Kevin tapping 4 mana to bounce the Esper Sentinel. Does bounce it. Leaves himself open with 2 resources. Looks like Sunny is tapping 4. Tapping 5 for a Chord of Calling. Letting it resolve. Obviously, to get Vizier here, being able to make that green mana. Kevin having to read what this does. Sunny attempting to make the infinite mana, green mana here. Does have another Finale in hand. Does play Finale. Kevin scooping it up. Going to game 2. There's that win for Sunny. Here we go. We're going to go back to that first table here. We are actually already into that game 2. Here we go. Ryan up 1-0 as Mardu Stoneblade against Murktide. Getting the sword. Getting that sword here. Let's look at some sideboard here. There's Void Mirror, Vindicate, Blossoming Calm, Kaya's Guile, Wear and Tear, Torak, Alpine Moon, and Chalice of the Void from Ryan as this Mardu pile. And then for Murktide we got Orvar, Relic, Unlicensed Hearst, Smart Command, Abrade, Subtlety, Engineer's Explosives, Dress Down, Flusterstorm, Mystical Dispute, and Shore Up on his sideboard. Probably looking for some more interaction here on Ryan's side. Maybe some Torok, just because the game's going to go a little bit late. Has to have those answers to Murktide, but be able to put a little bit of a clock down. Does have that Stoneblade, does get Unholy Heated, and Murktide is coming out, exiling his probably most of his graveyard here. It's like 3 spells, I want to say. Yep. Does Ryan have an answer? Has a Fatal Push in hand. Looks like an Inquisition. As well, a land. Taps 3 mana. Just plays a sword here. So does not have an answer to this Murktide. Patrick untapping. Playing Expressive Iteration. This card just does so much here. Looking at the top 3, put 1 to his hand, 1 to the bottom, and 1 in exile here. See what he does choose. That 1 to the bottom. Still debating on the other 2. Does put the Ledger Shredder in exile here. Does shock in that same events that Ryan knows about to play the Ledger Shredder. Swings in with the Murktide 4-6, taking Ryan down to 11. Just has the sword on the field. Draws another land for turn. Just looks at Fatal Push, a Lightning Bolt, an Inquisition. Oh, plays land. Plays a different land. Taps 2. We have a Dothy Voidwalker here. And then is going to play. Is just going to pass here. And then he's going to bolt the Ledger Shredder on his opponent's turn. But it is going to get Spell Pierced. Plays a DRC. Knives. Got 8 power on the board. Ryan going to 3 here. Looking pretty dire. I know he has a Fatal Push in hand, but looking down at 3 threats. Can he deal with this Murktide? Just draws another land here. He as well has some shiny basics. plays that Fiddle Push onto the Letter Shredder. Does Patrick have anything for it? Does exile it with Dothy, and then recast it through Dothy, but does get counterspelled. That's going to be a game 3 here. I'm going to go back to that first table for Sunny here. That is going to be that 1-0 up against Kevin. Here you go. Guys, that Esper Sentinel does get to start with that Gemstone Cavern, getting rid of Chord of Calling from there. Kevin passes 2-minute up. Looking at Sunny coming through, has another land here in hand. Plays a Pathway. Swings to the 1 off Esper. Just gonna take it from Kevin. Kevin just playing a tapped land and passing Emir's Calling from Sunny on the end step of Kevin's turn. Sacred Life Total is accidentally reset. We'll get that fixed in a little bit here. So we got a Solitude here. In response, is calling another Solitude just to get rid of that Esper Sentinel. And then does counterspell. That's weird. Sunny untapping, drawing the card. It's having 4 resources. Play Hushbringer and that Devoted Druid. Alright. Sacks that draw card land. Just an attack with the Hushbringer 4-1 here. Kevin 2-15. Adjusting life totals here. Just get to replay that Esper. We'll see if Kevin has anything in response. We're at the end of the turn. Isn't a draw 2 in response? Needs to get more cards, needs to be able to deal with Sunny's board. Supreme Verdict would be very good right now if he has it. Does have that 4th land for Kevin. All right. Kevin tapping 2. Tapping to Prismatic Ending. That's weird. Does pay the extra 1, so Sunny does not get an extra card here. Still just has that Devoted Druid. And there. Does get to Prismatic again. should be going to the graveyard, but should not matter too much. Hushbringer tagging for 1. Does get to have another sack land here. Draws an extra card. And just passes the turn back over. Kevin drawing up on his 5th turn here. On tabs, here we go. We got 2 resources. That 3rd prismatic ending here. On there. It looks like he has a Solitude in hand. So he just draws back up. And does just pass the turn back. So it looks like he doesn't have too much. Maybe has a search spell on the end of Kevin's turn. Kevin just plays land and passes back to Sunny. Sunny drawing. Coming through. Kevin just plays another land for turn. Sonny just biding his time. But Kevin does get to scry too. Get to filter here. Always a good thing using those filter lands on in that deck. Drawing another card. Just passes back to Sunny. Sunny draws up. It's about 5-6 cards in hand here. Just trying to find that moment, you know? Trying to find that combo moment. Maybe play a spell on the end of Kevin's turn. And then a spell again on his turn to get parts of the combo in here. We got a Memory Deluge for Kevin here. Putting those cards into his hand and then putting the rest on the bottom. On taps again. Finds a Supreme Verdict off that draw. Taps 3 to bring back his companion. And passes back to Sunny here. Sunny draws back up, plays an Esper Sentinel. Trying to get that card game advantage back in here. Alright. Looking through. Apologize. We're back.
You guys wondering why he's playing down? I think it's just how it worked out.
Oh, there's 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just 5 X's. So yeah, something done.
Yeah, no, there's correct.
Boop. Alright, back to the game. Solitude exiling the Esper Sentinel. Sending gaining more life. Going back to Kevin. We are going to switch back to our other match though. Get this Murktide versus Mars Stormblade game going. Looks like somebody got the sword out, has a Cauldron but no germ token. So it's a little bit later into the game. We got a Ragavan and a DRC. Looks like it's 12-9 for Patrick here. Ryan drawing back up on tapping. Stoneblade did die last turn. Does draw a Croxa. Does need Patrick to discard a card. Or take 3. Croxa goes to the graveyard. Tapsley kills the Ragavan. And passes back here. Just got a DRC on Patrick's side here. With 4 mana. Let's see what he can do. Has 2 attempts to tap 2. Looks like he has 1 land in hand. Maybe some more. Does attack with the DRC just for 1. 1 to 8, keeping the 4 mana up. Ryan looking like he has another 3-mana spell. Has the Seasoned Pyromancer. Has 0 cards in hand, so does get just to draw 2 cards. Very strong. Does have a counterspell in hand here. From Patrick. Does get the DRC trigger as well, being able to surveil that card. Going back to Patrick's turn. Taps 1. Looks like considering, but does get that surveil trigger here. See how much longer this goes. Does put that card back to his hand. Does attack for 3 now. Hit that sorcery off that top. Put a little bit extra clock. Here we go. We got the Croxa escaping from the graveyard. Gets rid of that Spell Pierce. Just has another land in hand. Can equip the sword. Ryan does have 6 mana. It could be possible. Has an Abrade. Abrading that sword. Okay. DRC hitting for 3. He goes to 2 and plays a Murktide here. Ryan has to deal with a Murktide and a DRC. Let's see if he could draw a kill spell for the Murktide, but could only do technically 9 damage with the Croxa plus that extra the trigger. Let's see what he does draw here. Does look like just a land, unless I am mistaken. Ryan debating. Just has that fetch land. Just fetches back to 1. Can put that Kaldras onto the Croxa and swing the Croxa. Patrick will take 3. He's swinging for 11, but can just put that Murktide in front of the Croxa and not die and swing back in as well. Alright. And they're packing it up. Looks like that is going to be that 2-1 here. We're going to go back over to that other table here. Back to Sunny playing against blue-white control. Still in the same game as blue-white control does. Looks like we have thrown the last troll from Sunny here. Facing down a Solitude. We got 9-20 here. Coming through, Sunny playing another land. He does have a Lair of the Hydra as well for another attacker. Devin have many cards in hand, a lot of resources as usual. Let's see what he can do. Sunny has to throw the last troll. What was last? Real blue-white control killers for green just coming through. Something with 7 mana. Looks like that life total actually got reset over there as well. Hopefully we can get that updated again. Does have a Shark Typhoon. That's going to be for 6 here. Alright, here we go. Kevin attacking with that Shark Typhoon and fetching here. Tapping 5 for 5 mana Teferi here. Just on a plus, draw that extra card. Untap those two, sacks to draw a card on the end step here. Suddenly going back to his turn, drawing that extra card. Facing down that Solitude here. Having 6 mana to activate that Lair of the Hydra here. Suddenly going to attack the Lair into the Teferi, it seems. And swing that Thron. 4 mana, he's going to bounce it with Awara. And he's going to take the 4, it looks like. Alright, here we go. Kevin on his turn swings both. Fetches. Here, untapping again. Sunny just playing the Lair of the Hydra tapped and swinging in to that Teferi 5 here. Alright, looks like the life totals have been rectified here. Thank you, Jazz. Coming through here. Just plays the Giver runes as well. Suddenly leaning back, seeing what he can do in this game. Teferi ticks back up, draws that extra card off the time. Let's see, taps 1 to get rid of the Giver. Exiles that. Attacks for 7. Suddenly going down 2-2 here. Suddenly untap, can he do anything on this last turn? Just draws another land. Taps 2. Does get countered here. What else does Sunny have? Does just have a Finale. Devastation. X equals 3. And a counterspell. We're gonna go to game 3 here on Kevin versus Sunny. On that blue-white control versus devoted combo here. Going to that game 3. We saw a lot of action there. At the end of that game 2. Sunny versus Kevin. Coming to an end on that game 3. Let's see how it's going to go. Real cool. Shuffling back up. Sunny looking again back at his sideboard. Maybe want to change a couple things. You know, has those Zelda and Link's sleeves here. Alright, we're gearing up for that game 3. Somebody's just going to shuffle a little bit further here. Got the Voted Druid versus Blue-White here. Looks like not a lot of games are going to be finished here. Shuffling them up. Sunny on the play for game 3. Kevin looks at his hand, instantly ships it back. See what Sunny has today. See what to keep. Looks like Sunny is keeping his hand. Kevin going to 6. They are resetting their life total here. At least we got that Esper Sigil on turn 1. Sunny 19 off that land. Kevin just having that fetch land. See what we got here. Gonna be able to tax and draw extra cards on demand here, basically. See what else that Sunny got on the field. So you have a Devoted Druid or a Vizier combo piece. Just does pass, but on crack does play the Maris Calding. Gets a Devoted Druid here. Alright. Kevin now searching for that land here. Probably just wants to get a Triumph tapped. On top, back to Kevin's side. On that turn 2, let's see what he got. Going through. Has that full grip. Just gonna fetch again. Going to 18. Should go to 17. Should be at 15, not 16. But using that 2 resources to does get to draw the card, but Sunny does not have that extra white mana here. Untapping, draw. Does get that duel here and the Devoted Druid. Has that 1 resource floating. Just attacks her on against Kevin. Let's see what else Kevin has here. Staring down the Devoted Druid and that Esper Sentinel. So he has a Prismatic in hand, a couple lands. It's a full grip here. Plays another fetch land. Does Prismatic Ending the Esper Sentinel? See if he does draw. Draws that extra one, and it is exiled. Fetches. See if he has another threat here to try to take out this devoted combo. This devoted druid. Goes get that island. Will Kevin do anything on his turn, or is he going to wait for Sunny's turn here? Sunny does look like he has at least one search card in hand. Does look like Kevin has a counterspell. Does attempt to Spreading Seas the other land as well. Draws the card. Sunny without white mana currently. If he does have a white mana source in his hand, taps 4, does Finale, can get Vizier. If he has another search card, he can win unless we have we see a Solitude here. Does pitch it for that Solitude, getting Grid. What did you rate it? Being sent to the bin. Just against another Devoted Druid. Kevin fading, getting that combo on him that turn. Let's see if Sunny has a land here, or he just passes. Does not have another land. Does just pass here. Kevin drawing back up. Does have multiple lands in hand to play. Taps 3 with the Teferi. Bounces the Devoted Druid back to hand to draw a card as well. Kevin really controlling this game. Lair of the Hydra coming into the battlefield tapped. Sunny looks like he has multiple cards that are going to bring things back from a creature from the graveyard. But just plays that Devoted Druid again. Kevin fetching on his end step. Doing a good job of trying to mitigate what Sunny can do. Always scary trying to face that Devoted combo deck. Never know when they can just pop off. Does throw another Solitude. That is good insurance right there. Gets to plus his Teferi. So something has to play on his own turn. Alright, back to on tapping here. Like Sunny is counting, seeing what he can do here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he's trying to go for that Chord of Calming. Kevin with multiple interaction in hand does counterspell it. Sunny passing back. It's like Kevin. I have no idea what that spell is. Oh, it looks like a dress down. That is a sketch dress down, I believe. Sunny drawing back up. Has a walking ballista in hand. Has lots of things in hand. Has a lot of white creatures in hand as well. A little unfortunate for Sunny, does not have any white resources right now. Both those spreading seas mattered a lot later into this game. Did put Kevin into like some risky waters early, having to tap out, but had the solitude to not die on that turn. Looks like a bit of Dustox Recruiter. We have a Walking Ballista. Let's see. Sunny debating what he can do this turn. Shaking his head. None of these options seem too good right here. Does play that Dustox Recruiter. Looks like he's just going to cycle that Shark Typhoon on the end step, making that big shark token and drawing a card. Back again to Kevin Stern. Gets that to vary to 2-4. Has that shark getting a clock onto Sunny here. So what he needs to be able to do, has the disruption and the clock now. Has that incredible open mana. Has double solitude in hand that he can just put there. Does find a Vizier off of the Dustox Recruiter activation. Let's put it to his hand. On taps here for Sunny. In time on turn 2. So play his land. Has a Vizier. What is Kevin going to do? He does have a Solitude. He's going to pitch the 3 mana to Fairy. He's going to float the 1 resource in response with the Devoted Druid. Does use the 1 floating. In response, going to Solitude that the Vizier as well. I think there is some call here. Does have the second Solitude though. Sunny have anything against this one. Really good job of trying to go off here. Does not look like Sunny has another white resource here, so that he cannot play another Vizier. But we'll be getting back that Devoted Druid. Looks like he's attempting to have another card. Does just have a Walking Ballista. Just put multiple -1 counters on it so it kills the Devoted Druid here. Just have that Walking Ballista on too. Looks like Sunny does have another Vizier in hand. Using Dust Rush Recruiter to try to attack this Teferi here. Will he take the block with the Solitude? Will. Alright, Kevin on top has no card in his hand, but he does have that Teferi on 4. And that Shark Typhoon token. Does minus onto walking. That's fair, should be dead. Alright, we got the Teferi cleaned up correctly. Sunny tapping 2 here. Both of his blue mana sources does have that gig. What is that? What's this little card? I should probably know what this is called. Where is Sunny? Where? Post-mortem lunge. That's what it's called. Getting back to devoted druid, and but gets the counter spell on the Vizier, and Sunny doesn't have another resource. Saves Kevin. Post-mortem lunge. Thank you, Pain. Thank you, Pain. Here goes Sunny looking at his hand. Does look like he has another Vizier in hand as well, but only just has that 2 green resources here. This game is so close. 15-6 here. Looks like Sunny just has that 1 extra turn. Does have a Walking Ballista in hand that he can cast for 1 if he wants to. Does untap and tap. Untaps again to kill it. Passes the turn. Kevin drawing back up, just looking at that Walking Ballista, as faded many combo turn attempts by Sunny. Does have the companion as well. Swings in with both the companion and the shark token. Sunny needs to block here. Stay alive. Blocks the companion and shoots Kevin for 1. We'll take the Shark Typhoon. Passes back. Can Sunny top deck something to get him back in? Does he have a... Cannot use a lunge. Does calling going to 1. Oh, Sunny can't do anything. Does have that counterspell to do it. Kevin with the win there over Sunny. Oh man, what a close game here. Alright, that's going to be it for round 3 we'll check back in just a couple minutes for that round 4. Considering this was that last game, check back with us in about 5 minutes here. Thank you. All right, we are back. We are back here for this modern. Oh, I need to do the round. Round 4 here. Both our matches this. Oh, as transition again. Sorry, guys. But both of our matches here are going to be 2-1s, trying to make that 3-1 to try to make top 8 here as well. Our top table, that was the 3-0 versus the 3-0. Did intentionally draw here. They can double just draw into top 8. So this is going to be a win in one of our first win in ins for top 8 here coming through. We got Red Deck wins Burn against Vivian combo in the match here. Let me. That is supposed to be a V, not an R. Vivian combo versus Red Deck win. Just some burn, you know? Some classic burn versus Vivian combo here on this win in. And then we got some blue-white as well. Just the massive amount of blue-white that is just on the top tables today and control decks. Playing every single round as well. Michael, thinking about his second land drop here. Ashton got double Monastery Sorcerer in a Rift Bind. Suspended currently. Taps 2. Has that. Oh, plays the land tapped. Plays that Utopia Sprawl on top of it. Ashton going to on tap here. I'm going to bolt him with that Rift Bind. Get the Powerless triggers here. What more can he do? If he can go, does have like a Boros Charm and then double Scour in hand. The Electro didn't reset, by the way. All right, we're looking through here. Michael coming through with that combo against Ashton. Takes the double skewer the critics here. Taking 9. Taking 15. And he's dead. It's just over already. We're just going to go to our next table here. Now we got the solo matchup here. We got the blue-white control versus Murktide matchup here. Looking at Red versus Patrick. Red, a masterclass on this control deck. Using Leyline Binding against this Ragavan as well. Has that Triumph and that Shockland. Just getting so many types for that domain as well. Red untapping, going to his turn 3 here against Patrick on Murktide. Red looking in his hand, assessing his hand. Just passes back. Doesn't have his third land drop, actually. Cannot find it, but Patrick going into his turn 4 here. Has a full grip of cards in his hand as well. Fetches with that Misty. Setting up that graveyard to be able to have that Murktide come down at one point in this game. Blood Moon, main board for Patrick here. Countered by that counter spell. Red barely getting out of that. Just would have had just like double mountain there. But doesn't have another land drop though. So not out of the thick of it yet. Patrick also not hitting a land drop here. Coming through. Plays that auto for that 4th land. Would have loved to cast that card, but probably not in this matchup too much. Does play a Murktide, exiling pretty much everything in this graveyard. Except that Blood Moon. Does get counterspelled. Does counterspell back. So that Murktide is going to resolve here. Does red have an answer to it? Another Leyline Binding. Can't Prismatic it. Does have a Solitude in hand, so can do that. Does look like he did hit that land drop. I'm going to shock, go to 15. Does Solitude it, getting rid of that Supreme Verdict here. Who needs a Supreme Verdict when you can, when your opponent does not have creatures on the battlefield here? Looking back on Patrick, on this Murktide play, tap in 2 here, playing that expressive iteration. Looks like a Ragavan in that exile zone. Real quick. Puts that card on the bottom, and then a card in his hand. Let's see. Looking over. Does dash the Ragavan from exile. Let's see what red can do about that. Does just to take the 2. Goes to 13. What does he have on top? Hits a Solitude off the top. Obviously can't cast it, but the Ragavan's going to dash back into his hand. Does get that treasure token. Does red have anything and step for it? Does look like he has the Archmage's Charm. He can just draw 2 here. Needs to be able to hit more land drops. Needs to hit more interaction. See what he got. Top decks got another Solitude in his hand here. What can he do now? Does not look like he hit another land though. Some awkward draws here early into this game with red. Just passes it back to Patrick. Red needs more time to be able to set up these more lands as well. I'm going to give Patrick a lot of time to be able to set up Sculpt to be able to grind with this control deck here. I'm going to type tap in 2 here. Playing that expressive iteration. Putting that card to the bottom. Needs to put 1 in hand and then 1 in the exile zone. Taps the 2, dashes the Ragavan, instantly counterspelled by red. Can't be dealing with that anymore. Patrick does not have any response to that here. Does just play another land tapped from his hand for turn, leaving that other card in exile, which is going to be that Ledger Shutter. Does hit the land drop for turn for red. Red definitely excited to see that, I can say the least. What else do we got here? Just taps back, passes back, on taps for Patrick. Just the massive amount of resources that both of these players have at this time in the game. Red still having a whole bunch of cards in his hand, especially after not doing much. Does dash another Ragavan here. Does red have an answer? looks like there's a Memory Deluge, some Teferis in hand. Doesn't look like he has an answer. Does have a Solitude. Is just a Memory Deluge in response as well. With that Solitude in hand, maybe he's trying to dig for a white card to be able to exile it. Or I'm just getting extra stuff in here. Maybe he's taking the 2 from the Ragavan, has to get back into the game with land drops, has to get back in with resources. Does have that Teferi 3 if he does want to exile it. Debating if he wants the Solitude, does not. Eventually does take the 2, going to 11. There's almost 3 minutes of Teferi here. That actually is quite a good hit here for the Mark type player if he wants it. Using those tokens and that extra card advantage through Ragavan to his advantage does look he could bounce Leyline Binding here, but just decides to plus. Probably not the best thing when you have another Ragavan as well. And can just get maned out as well. Here we go. Tapping another blue just for another DRC here. So, has 2 threats on the field plus that Teferi. Can't interact on his opponent's turn. The Dash Ragavan goes back to his turn. Does have Prismatic Ending. Does look like he has another land here. Has to try to figure out a way to deal with this Teferi. Maybe needing to use Prismatic, and then has Teferi 3 in hand as well as a Solitude. Cannot play at instant speed anymore because of that Teferi 3 unless he gets rid of it. Does fetch down to 10. Carefully crafting this game back. Gets another triumph here. Maybe making that, if he has a lane line binding, making it only cost 1 now. Everything does have a lane line binding in hand, has a Solitude and Teferi 3. That Prismatic as well looks like a Memory Deluge. So using that 1 white resource here. Leyline binds his own Teferi. He could play his own Teferi, bounce his own Leyline to bring back the other 3 mana Teferi, to bounce DRC, as well. Is he making the play here? Being able to draw 2 cards. Still has Prismatic in hand. Or he's just going to bounce DRC and draw a card. Leave that play for later in the game if he wants it. Can he bounce his own? Can Teferi bounce her own thing? I thought it could. Has a judge. 1 second here. We have a judge call. Let's see what it could be. All right, they are in the middle of a judge call, so we are gonna hop back to that other table real quick. Oh, I need to there. Got Michael facing down Ashton. Ashton looking like he's in control of this game. 2-18 here. Can Michael do anything at this point to get it done? Looks like he has Eidolon as well, so if Michael plays anything 3 or less, what kind of answers does Michael have in this situation? Alright, we're coming back here. We have Vivian combo trying to figure out what it can do. It does have endurance out to try to block here. Ashton talks the burn spell to win. Does Michael have anything to do here, or is it just going to be a GG? Michael needing to fade multiple burn spells probably. Just shuffling the deck, seeing if there's anything to do. Does not look like he has anything to interact with this in hand besides Mystical Dispute. Does Leyline Binding the Eidolon? Leyline Binding's the Eidolon. It does have an endurance, so you could block the goblin, but does not have the resources. Steps 2. The calling. But it does calling. Wait, he could get a Solitude here, and Solitude his own endurance, but then he doesn't have the 2 block for the Goblin Guide. What else does Michael have here? Exiles his endurance, goes back up. And dies. Alright. That was a 2-0 win from Ashton. We're going to go back to our table 2 here for Red and Patrick. Update this match score. Still in game 1 here. Coming through. Red playing that Chalice here. Has double Leyline Binding against his own Teferi that was stolen from the Ragavan. And a separate Ragavan. Does have that Chalice on 1. Is going to turn off like 90% of this Murktide deck on that CMC 1 here. Attacks with DRC. Right, going to 6 here. Looks like we got 4 or 5 cards in hand for Patrick here. What can he do to try to close out this game from 6-22? Coming through.
Michael's match is done. They're just playing for fun in there.
Yeah,
so.
I saw. Right, here we go. We're looking in. Red trying to get back into this game. There's a Murktide on the field. What else can Red do? Looks like he has 2 cards in his hand. Looks like a Memory Deluge and land here. Needs to find multiple answers for this DRC and this Murktide eventually. The Murktide is going to be a 7/7. Looks like it's a Supreme Verdict off. Is that a Supreme Verdict? Red. You can't tell me this is, you just top deck the Supreme Verdict. Come on, man. Here we go. Getting into it. That was like, I know he has a Memory Deluge. Is that a Supreme Verdict here? That is Supreme Verdict. Gets that, wipes the board, helps stabilize here. Has that Memory Deluge to refill the following turn. Has that Chalice on 1. The only things that can beat him now is going to be another Murktide and a Ledger Shredder. Just passes the turn from Patrick. Is this the corner that Red needed? He has 5 mana Teferi now in his hand. He can slam 5 mana Teferi and draw a card, untap the 2 lands, and then Memory Deluge on his opponent's turn if he doesn't do anything. This Chalice really locking out his opponent from the game. His opponent has a counterspell, unfortunately, for Red. What can his opponent do here? Does have a whole bunch of cards in his graveyard. Does fetch. Back to 21. Getting an island. He never pitched a white card. Oh, so not that it mattered. I think that bigger. All right, here we go. Red. Casting Memory Deluge from Garrett for that 7. Oh, for the Solitude? Yeah, I think it's just, they're just having fun at the end of the game, I believe. Coming through. Red playing that Hall. Can be one of his late game finishers here. He tried to be there. Plays considered. Gets countered. So play another Memory Deluge here. This one for 4. It's like another Chalice, a counterspell, a Solitude, just everything you would ever need. Just has all their 2 on the bottom, draws 2. Does have an Archmage if he wants to use it as a person. Has a dress down. He just has everything in his hand now. Really have turned the corner after that Chalice on 1 and that's the top deck Supreme Verdict here. Gets that dress down here. We'll draw that card. It's that 4 mana Jace also in this deck. Solitude pitches. Oh, Solitude pitches because he does not have, technically, does not go away because of dress down. Another Auto Aura. Bouncing dress down. Attacking with subtlety. getting more spells into that graveyard. And scoops it up. Patrick, red, getting that match 1 score here. Going into that game 2. That Chalice on 1. Did it for him. Alright, we're gonna sideboard into game 2. Let's see what they got going in this sideboard. Where are... Alright, red. Got obviously the companion. Has 2 Celestial Purge, 2 Spreading Seasons, 2 Hallowed Moonlight, 2 Dovin's Veto, 2 Rest in Peace, a Mystical Dispute, a Chalice, and a Subtlety. Probably put, maybe a Subtlety, Mystical Disputes, maybe another Chalice probably in. Some Dovin Vetoes might be also something that he would want to put in as well. Then we're going to go down the list. What does Patrick have? I can find his deck list here. Where did it go? Where did it go? Huh. Apparently it disappeared. Alright, never mind. Is it this one? Alright. And we got an Orvor, a Relic, an Unlicensed Hearst, Prismatic Command, an Abrade, a Subtlety, an Engineer's Explosives, 2 Dress Down, 2 Flusters, 2 Disputes, and 2 Shore Ups from Patrick's side that he could bring in versus red. Probably going to put those Mystical Disputes in. Obviously very good against a lot of those other blue matchups. Maybe a Subtlety. That really looks like it. It does not have a lot of tools against blue-white control. Red dropping his phone in classic red fashion. Patrick still debating on what to put back in here. Red being able to turn that corner with that Chalice and the multiple Memory Deluges definitely was the turning point in that game. Also, fighting the turn 3 Blood Moon, that would have done a lot in that game, especially without any basics on red side at that moment. That Blood Moon can be super spicy, especially because his main board on this one. 2 Blood Moons in the main. Just trying to get people. It's pretty good. I mean, Modern right now has a lot of those cheating out decks. They're trying to play these 3 mana triomes, not a lot of basics out here. Playing those 2 Blood Moons main, trying to cheese some people, Get those free wins out here. Get those free wins. Shuffling back up, casually talking. Alright, it looks like we're ready to see if we need to mulligan for this game too here. Resetting life totals. Looks like we're both keeping 7s here. Gonna shock that in, get that Ragavan on turn 1 for Patrick. And it has a bobble as well. Looking at Red's card, putting it back. Camera did not adjust. Oh no. 1 second, I will adjust this camera real quick. Alright, camera fixed itself. We're all good. Red with the prismatic ending here. Playing that hall as well. Staring down that ledger shredder though. See if Patrick can get some value off of it. Does have that treasure token from Ragavan as well. Has this expressive iteration. So much card filtering in these blue-red decks as well. Does get the connive trigger here, and the considered as well. The connive just puts that to the graveyard of that Misty, and then draws back up. Able to attack 4-2, red going 2-15. Looks at that Chalice that won him the game last game here. Plays another island. Can't get cheesed by Blood Moon now because does has the basic. Looks at the Chalice. Attempts to cast Chalice on one. Does Patrick have a response? Does not. Red with the card that won him the last game. Can he do it again with that Chalice? Fetches for another island here. Taps 3 for that Blood Moon. So red with that one blue source and then double mountain now. Needs to be able to find maybe a couple other basics to get those double blue spells to come as well. But does have that Chalice currently out. Uses the token as well. Plays a second ledger shredder. Gets the connive trigger. Something that you can do through this Chalice is get those connive triggers to do that extra damage and just discard all the ones that you're never going to use in the rest of the game. Red draws. Look like he has a couple of Archmage's Charms, has a counter spell in hand. Some multiple double blues here. Needs to be able to find another basic. Does have a Solitude though. Looks like a Solitude too. Brings back his companion and just passes the turn. The without a land drop here. Does get rid of one of the legislators. Just buying more time and time here. Coming back to Patrick's turn. Has that Blood Moon? Red not having the mana to keep doing. Does look like he has a Murktite though. Have subtlety. The counter unless he pays one. Does have a mystical dispute though. And a connive trigger off legislator. Gonna be able to draw and discard it. CMC1, obviously can't cast that. Does get countered. Murktide does resolve. Does draw another land, but it is just going to be a mountain here. Does look like she's an Archmage Charm, Counterspell, and Red not technically dead on board here. Does look like he has an Anawara here, where he can bump something here. Red going to take it. Has to mount this Blood Moon to be able to do anything here. Draws. Does see a Wandering Emperor. Is that going to be good enough here? Can only get rid of one. He dies to Ledger Shredder. Can't take control of anything. Does have a counterspell as well. Alright. We're gonna go to game 3 here. Between Red and Patrick. Get a barn burner for this winning into top 8 here. Still have a chance of making top 8 even if you lose this round. I believe all 3 1s and 1s. Should have enough time on this round to finish this game as well. Alright, looking into this game 3, Red's going to be on that play here. Looking at our 7s here, looks like both players are going to keep in for a good one. Red playing that taps Triumph. Patrick starting off with that island in passing. does have considered on the end step here. Red just with those 2 mana coming back. You go back to Patrick's second turn, shocks with that same Vince, tries to play a Ledger Shredder. Does Red have anything for this? Does have the counterspell, getting rid of the Ledger Shredder. Looks like he has a Mystical Dispute in hand. There's a couple more lands. Gets the 3 mana back to Patrick here, coming in. Fetches with the Mysterian Force. Attempts to play that Blood Moon. Locked Red out of the game last time. Red does have Mystical Dispute to counter it here. Red draws another land here. Plays that Flooded Strand. Plays that Chalice 4-1. Patrick does not have the response. Is going to be playing under Chalice this game as well. All 3 games, Red have drawn Chalice on 1. Taps 2. Has the Braid though. Does Red have anything? A counterspell would be deadly here. Does not. Alright, Patrick having time in this game again. Flooded Strand here. Drawn up, shocking with that. Has 5 mana up, does have that Solitude in hand. Does Patrick have a threat here? Does another Blood Moon actually. Does Red have a response? Only has 1 basic currently. Does Archmage Charm it? Okay. Does draw back up. Both Blood Moons are down. Does not need to worry about more from on Red's side. Has that Ragavan. Plays another tapped land. Have an Archmage Charm. That's what you get. Mystical Disputed, actually. Red untapping here. It's like multiple Mystical Disputes. The Braid and those Blood Moons have been used. Just not a Solitude. Does have a counter spell for the Solitude though. So he's gonna get hit by the Ragavan. Sees Dobin's Veto off the top. Can't cast that right now. Does get that treasure token as well. Taps 2 for a Ledger Shredder. Patrick clawing his way back into this. Red tapping for a Supreme Verdict. Getting that 2 for 1. Passing the turn here. Red and those timely Supreme Verdicts here. Looks like he has 2 cards in hand. Patrick with a lot of mana. Does he have anything to do with it? Just passes back, actually. Red draws that land for turn. Gets back his companion. Does get to dash a Ragavan though. Let's see. Does Red have a response to this Ragavan coming in? Does have a counterspell. Gets rid of the Ragavan. Does Patrick have anything else in his turn? Does have an EE. Just for 0. Playing around Shark Typhoon, playing around a lot of different cards. Red cannot get a basic plains. Does just get the Triumph tapped here. Does not have to worry about Blood Moon anymore. Would probably still want a basic land. Red with 6 mana, 7 mana floating. Says halt. Just takes it all, even through EE. Storm the Hauldrons taking him down to 3. Do we have anything on this turn for Patrick? Absolutely nothing. Just has 2 lands and an Unholy Heat. Can't deal with it. That's going to be the 2-1 victory for Red on round 4 here. All right. I'm going to be right back with that final round in a couple of minutes. I believe there's only one or more table going on. See you guys in the next round. All right. We're back. We are back. Coming in. We have that last round here. Let's see. Everything correct. Everything correct. All right, we're going to transition one more time. Here we go. All right. Yeah. You, Jun. This is actually the only match that matters. Currently, we are looking at Brian versus Gunther. Brian is going to be our 3-1 here. The top three tables did draw, and Brian is our last 3-1 that has to get paired down into the 2-2 Gunther. So this is the only matchup that actually technically matters for this round to see who makes top 8. If Brian wins, he automatically makes top 8 with the other, with everybody else. Well, and then 1-3-2. 1-3-2 will make it. Brian, I believe, if I look at standings, doesn't actually have good tiebreakers. So Brian would need to still either draw or win this game to make it in. He will probably get overlapped if he loses and is the 3-2. There's some other people playing. Obviously, if Gunther wins this one, he has a very good opponent win percentage. He would make it in. And then we got like Kareem, Larry, and then Patrick close behind with respectable 58 and 56% opponent match win percentages. That would make it in on that 3-2. So playing some win-ins here on that round. We got Larry and Kareem on that last table as well. So looking at this Gunther and Brian, here we go. Looks like we got the Jund versus Red Deck win. Not a lot of people too excited about watching Jund here, but it is one of there. This one's a little bit spicy though. This Jund deck is a little bit spicy. It does play that Zurin Orb Tatsiova type of a list. So we do got a little bit of spice here, you know? A little bit of fun, you know? But Brian, doing what Burn does, getting his opponent down super low here. Has an Eidolon, has 4 other cards in hand. Gets to play that Eidolon and any of those lands in his hand if he needs to. Gunther would take 2 if he wants to cast anything at this point in the game. Just passes. Notice Brian had another land in his hand. Maybe just keeping it just in case. That is a Fury here. Getting rid of that Eidolon without taking damage. And gets to play a Liliana and plus discards that Searing Blaze. That's why he kept the land in his hand here. Let's see if he has anything else here. Looks like he has another Searing Blaze and a land. 3 mana for Skewer. Hard cast, making Gunther go to 6 here. Still has 2 cards in his hand, has another Searing Blaze and a land. Looking at this Liliana, we'll plus again. Gets rid of the second Liliana. That other Searing Blaze goes away for Brian. Riftbind for 3. And Brian will pass that turn. Lily plussing, getting that last card from each person's hand, that third Searing Blaze as well. Is passing. Does Brian top deck the burn spell? Does have Bolt in hand. And that's gonna be it. That's gonna be game one for Brian here. We're gonna move over to that table two. In between, we got Kareem versus. Oh, this did not update correctly. Kareem versus Larry here. Mardu Pile versus that Breach combo list. Larry. Why did this not? There you go. There we go. We got the Mardu Pile versus that Breach combo. Larry having that Ragavan without Mox on the field to see if he can get it done here. Kareem 2 cards in hand, but he does have a couple of blockers here. A Kareem, a mastermind of this Mardu Pile-esque type of deck. Playing on these Mardu mid-range type of decks for years, I've known Kareem playing this stuff, so pretty comfortable with it. As well, plays a Ragavan. Pays 3 to bring that Obosh into his hand and play that land tapped. Looking back here at Larry's side, has a pretty sizable graveyard. Does he have a Breach grinding station? If he had Breach grinding station, he wins on the spot because he can sacrifice that Mox as well. Just looks at Emery here. Looking in the top 4. Does hit 1 Breach, Expressive Iteration, and other cards here. Larry reads Obosh. Still can only play 3 CMC stuff, but we'll have some fun with it. Larry just passes back. Plays Obosh, fully swings out here. Larry needs to block or he can just die. Does take 4 off of the Season Pyromancer. See if Larry can draw it off the top. Does not. They're going to go to game 2 with Kareem up 1-0. We're going to go back to that first table here as well. And go here. Do this. We got Gunther versus Brian going to that game 2. Brian up 1-0 here with that red deck wins burn deck versus Jund here. Here we go. Cunning for that game 2. Let's see if they need to go down any. Gunther debating on his 7 size play land tapped and passing. Brian also just playing a land and passing here. Probably has an instant speed spell. Has multiple 2-mana spells in his hand as well with Helix and Boros Drum. So we're looking for a little bit more of a slower game here. Plays that Urza Saga in a Pyrite Spellbomb. Pirate Spellbomb, you can draw a card and it can do 2 damage if you pay a red into it. Well, does Brian have anything end of turn? Does not. Just draws up. Plays that fetch land and passes as well. Urza Saga 2/2 sees a heal spell bomb and puts down a Wooded Foothills for turn. Brian, going to be playing this Boros Charm on the end step here. Playing those beautiful mountains right there as well. Does play that Boros Charm, dealing 4 damage to Gunther as well. So on top with that 3rd resource here. Has a Lava Spike for 3. Does he have that 3rd land? Looks like he has an Aramessa in hand, so can play another 2 mana spell on his end step if he wants to. Plays that land and passes here. But they're going to go to 12 off that fetch. Probably going to find that forest too. So he can still make that construct token as well. Alright, here we go. On tapping here. On that Urza Saga trigger 2/3. We're thinking of what we need to do here. Decides not to make another construct, just is going to search for 0 or 1 here. Does have a Shadow Spear in the list here. He wants to try to find that card. Does find the Zern Orb though. There's a Nile Spellbomb, an unlicensed first as well. Does have a Renin 6. Can Renin 6 get back either that fetch land or that Urza Saga? Gets back the Urza Saga, plays the Urza Saga. Oh, floated the resource off Saga before sacking the third one. Fetch shocking down on the inside. Let's see if does Searing Blaze as well. Searing Blaze instant. It is an instant. Okay, that's wild. Here you go. We got Lava Burst. Does he have a third? Oh, he has Boros Charm. And another 2-mana spell. So can't kill him this turn, but it makes him go down to 6. And have a Sanctifier here. Sanctifier, quite good here. Alright, here we go. Gunther going to draw back up. We know Brian has the last 2 spells to win this game in hand. He has that Boros Charm and that Lightning Helix. Just needs to untap. Does Gunther have enough damage here? Just looks like he has an unlicensed first and the Pirate Spellbomb and a Renin 6. Doesn't look like he has the pieces. Currently, he does have Zergan Orb here. So he can sack his lands to gain health, but he needs to be able to put some amount of pressure as well. It's like he's just passing here.
Deck checks.
Here you go, Brian, with that Lava Spike. That's a spike, not a burst. Lava Burst is a Flesh and Blood card. Gunther at 6, but he has a Zerian Orb. Can sack lands if he needs to. Gunther goes to 3, has the Sanctifier out right now. Can attempts to make a construct. He's going to, in response, play Boros Charm, targeting Gunther. Gunther is going to sack the land and gain 2, so he's going to go to 1. Alright, we got Gunther at 1. He has 3 lands. So 3 lands equals 6 life currently. But the Urza Saga is going to trigger. He's going to sack it to 0, going to 3. Does get a Shadow Sphere. Can he gain enough life? Can equip it to a construct and then gain life here? Would gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 life, going back to 9. And then Zuran Orb would gain 4, would gain 13. I think Gunther turned the corner here in this game with the Shadow Sphere and the Zurian Orb. Brian could not burn enough damage in time. Goes the Cryptic Shadow Sphere. Just gonna scoop it up. We're gonna go to game 3. John versus Burn on that first table. We're gonna go back to table 2 here. We got Larry versus Kareem. Kareem did take game 1. Switch this out. Alright, we got 7-2 here. Looks like Larry played Thassa's Oracle. And he has an Emery on field. Does not look like he has any cards in his hand, but he does have Seasoned Pyromancer. So Kareem does have to discard that Obosh. We'll get a 1/1 token. Kareem playing a land and then passing Larry bobbling Kareem. It is possible for Larry to win. Gets the 2-card look. If he has Breach, he does have Breach. If he has Grinding Station, and he does have Grinding Station, and if he has any 0 cost, he should just be able to win the game by milling his entire deck and then eventually playing Thassa's Oracle from his graveyard, unless Kareem has interaction for this Underworld Breach. So gets to play the Bauble off of the Emery, can play the Grinding Station, and can play everything in there. But it does look like Kareem has Wear and Tear. He's gonna kill that Underworld Breach, which is gonna stop pretty much anything that he can do. Does have enough to cast multiple of these spells. Does he keep going? Or does he stop there? And he casts it one more time to kill the Seasoned Pyromancer as well. So Kareem just has the 1/1 token here. Larry exiling the correct amount of cards here. Still has a decent amount of cards in his graveyard, so if he draws another Breach, would have to be the win for next turn. Does have Bauble. We'll go to 1. Can Kareem top deck a Bolt or anything that will do extra damage here against Larry, and Larry would need it to draw another Underworld Breach to have a chance of winning. He bobbles. Looks at the top card. It's not an instant scoop. So does not know. Plays that extra land. Draws the card. Puts Larry to 1. And passes back here. Alright. Larry, does he have anything to do on this turn? Just has Emery currently. Tapping 2. Does he finds another Breach here? Does he have enough cards in his graveyard to do the entire thing? Looks like a grinding station in there, and it looks like a mature bauble. So, Emery's for the bauble. And then taps 2 to play the grinding station. Exiling the 3 cards. Can play the grinding station. Does Kareem have any interaction for this? Replays that. Keep going. Now gets to net mana. As well, hits that Mox. It's a replay and regrinding. And then eventually play the Thosses. Cream, gonna make him go through it. Keep going through it. Just an exile at top, just grinding station, doing his thing, getting out. And gets to do the Fossils Orchid thing. That's going to be going to a game 3 here. We're going to go back to table 1 as well. Here we got Gunther versus Brian here on that Jund versus Burn. Burn needs to go first this time. Looks like started out with that Goblin guy getting killed on his turn 1, so still takes the 2, but gets to play the Eidolon here. Both at 18 currently. What does Gunther have to win this game? Does play that land tapped here. Does he have a 1-mana spell? Just passes. Brian going to his turn with that Eidolon. Has multiple creatures in hand. A very creature heavy hand here. We'll be taking 5 damage off just casting spells this turn. And there's gonna swing 4/5. Does reveal an Urza Saga, so does get to draw the card here. Does get that a little additional value. Now looking at it, Gunther thinking about his turn 3 here. He's counting the numbers here. He's facing down 3 creatures on Burden's side, getting that additional value. We got that Urza Saga. Looks like we have that Pyrite Spellbomb. He would take 2 from that. I believe Gunther should also be at 13 as well. Plays the Pirate Spellbomb, takes the 2. And passes the turn. Can activate that and deal 2 damage whenever he wants to. I've got a Brian's hand just going to swing Reveals the top card, just the Kavu. Going to kill the Eidolon, only taking 3 damage from the creatures. And there's a suspend this Rift Bolt. My totals are getting re-upped 8-13 here. We know Brian has Searing Blaze and a land in hand. And we have the Rift Bolt coming off the top, so we have 6 points of burn in hand. If he top 6, that extra 3 he can get there. He also has that Goblin Guide and that Swift Spear on the board, so Gunther needs to be able to fade a burn spell and kill both of these creatures if he wants to survive the following turn. If he has a Shadow Sphere, but he needs a Zern Orb in one more turn off that Urza's Saga, and he needs to be able to deal with both of these creatures this turn if possible. The tall ask right now looks like he has a Shock Land. A Shock Land to 6. There we go, we're looking at it. Gunther thinking about the play here. Does not look like a good situation. Does have to shock going to 6. Gets to play a creature though. Does have a Terminate in hand, but can't play it through the Urza Saga. Brian untaps. Suspension on the Rift Bolt here happens. So now Bolt Gunther go to 3. Can Searing Blaze him as well. Finds the Arid Mesa has the Searing Blaze in hand, thinking, is there anything my opponent can do? Plays the land. Attacks those creatures. Gunther does get to draw like the land. Should have the win in hand. And Brian does win the game. Brian wins 2-1 in the 1-2 top 8 here. We're going to go back to that table 2 match here on Larry versus Kareem. We have 11-16. We got that Mardu Pile versus Breach combo. Alright, here we go. We're going to Larry's third turn here. We have a Ragavan on Kareem's side. Plays the Arawara for a land for turn. Looks like he does have a Breach in hand. Does play a Breach. Does play a Bauble. He's dealing a second Breach from the graveyard in another land to play the Bauble. Is this a value Breach? Does wear and tear it. Does have another Breach in hand. So this is more of a utility Breach here, trying to draw some extra cards. Doesn't have really that much going on for him. Needs to be able to find the grinding station to keep going. Needs to be able to find multiple other pieces for Larry. Draws going to be able to draw on his upkeep here, off the bauble. Kareem, with the Ragavan off hand, Larry's going to take the 2, reveal Grinding Station. That was the card that Larry needed this to go. Is going to just exile that card. Kareem plays a creature and passes. Larry gets to play Expressive Iteration here. Try and find the specific cards here that he needs. Looking at the top 3 cards here. Does have a Breach in hand. If he finds a Grinding Station and he finds another 0 mana thing, looks at Heat into the exile. Can play the Heat. Kill the Ragavan or the other 1-drop. Tense moments here. A theoretical win and in would have to be a percentage tiebreaker mashup, a chance of making top 8 here and squeaking into that 8th seed. Alright. Hits another Ragavan. Hits another Breach here. So that... Pretty sure that's the 3rd out of the 4th Breach. I think the 4th Breach is in Larry's hand, so he can only... If Kareem has interaction for the last one, will be interesting. There you go. Kareem thinking, can play the Underground Breach this turn. Has double treasure plus a land drop still. Has Wear and Tear, a Lightning Bolt in his graveyard if he wants to cast it. Plays a Plains. Does play the Honor Roll Breach actually. Has enough in his graveyard to play maybe 1 or 2 spells here. And he has multiple treasures. Larry Spell Pierce. The Honor of Breach. Kareem does have mana to pay for it, but does he want to? Does pay it with the 2 treasures. We do get to fill the graveyard more for Larry. He's going to play another 1-drop, exile 3 cards from his graveyard here. And Honor Breach is going to go back to Larry's graveyard here. Larry untapping the 4 mana here on his turn. Just has a Springleaf Drum on his turn. Has another land. And he has an Aether Spellbomb here. Back to Kareem's. He does have a Kolgan's Command. Can kill an artifact and deal 2. Kareem swings. Takes 4. Finds a Mox. We'll just play the box. That extra. Alright, Larry. Drawing card. Fetch with Arid Mesa as well. Hitting that last land. Seeing what we can do here. Going back here. Alright, drawing. Finds a Thassa's Oracle here. It's gonna be the win con if he can breach.
That's what it is. That part is legitimate to complain about, the fact that the lands are expensive and stuff. But the format diversity is fine. I like it. That's cool.
Coming through. What does Larry have on this turn? Tatsu does have the breach. Does he have enough to get this win? Does need to be able to do something here. Facing down triple 1-drop from Kareem.
Yes, see, I should do that, man. That feels so good. I like it in Torok too. That's another kind of. The only problem with that is sometimes it hits the lands and makes like a non-game. But yeah, having those strong hand interactions is one of the things.
Alright, here we go. Larry thinking about the play that he can do. We have Unholy Heat, we have Expressive. Looks like he's going to go for that bauble. Does he have the grinding station? If he has a grinding station, it would be possible. Does hit the Emery. Going to exile 3 more. Is it possible for him to hit the grinding station and then play the grinding station? It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Does not hit the grinding station off the Emery. If he uses Springleaf Drum, he can cast another Emery that he just hit and basically redraw here. Does tap it for that resource. Plays another Emery, exiling the 3 cards. The other Emily goes there. Mill 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Still doesn't hit the grinding station, but does hit another Emery. Does he have enough resources? Does he have another land in hand? You need to have another land in hand Emery to hit the grinding station as well. In the next 4. Is it possible for Larry to piece together, to survive, to win? One of the grinding stations are in the exile. Right here. Alright, recasting that Emery. Milling the 4. See if he gets grinding. 1, 2, 3, 4. Does hit the resource card. So it can reload here, technically. It can play the artifact that gets him that extra mana. Those 3 are fine. Then he can recast Emery. And then mill 4 again after exiling 3. He does have enough graveyard here to be able to keep going, but he would need to be able to grinding station. He can only cast Emery 1 more time with him having enough resources to keep going. So if he can hit the grinding station, he theoretically can win the game with the breach combo here, but needs to be able to hit it in the top 4 if he goes for it. Does not look like he has a win if he doesn't. Does have a land in hand. Does tap it for the blue to play the Emery. Just needs to exile any 3. Does not matter what 3 here. Hits the 4. 1 Emery dies. Seems to be grinding station. Does not hit a grinding station. Could theoretically go one more, I believe. Theoretically, you could play Emery one last time, and then if he hit grinding station, there you go. Emery to the graveyard can mill one more here, one more chance to see if he can hit it here. 1, 2. Oh, hits the grinding station on this one. Okay. And hits another 0. So, can play that. Exile 3. Here's the graveyard. If he can play the land, makes 1. He can crack Bobble. He just needs to find the extra resource here. So, has a 1 resource. If he cracks Bobble, he should be able to play Grinding Station as well. If he can get... Does he have enough? Oh, he's trying to go for the Emery loop. Possibly to play the other one. Does have the extra resource. Has the land here. Does he have the land to grab? You'd still play the Emery to mill the 4. They're trying to go through it here. I believe if he went the grinding station route, he was able to win. But here we are. Does allow him to bobble, but he is playing the bobble instead because he had to get rid of the other the mana resource. Going for a second bobble. Maybe Larry is trying to think if he can survive, block with Emery, survive the next turn, has the Thassa's Oracle. Breach will die. He'll draw the 2 cards. He has Thassa's Oracle in hand. If he can survive this turn, but I believe he can't because there's the Kolaghan's Command in Kareem's hand to deal with the Emery. And then the 6 damage from his creatures here kills Emery and then swings in. That's going to be it. Kareem got it. Oh. Kareem with the victory here. We'll be back with a top 8 in about 5-10 minutes here, and we'll get that started for you guys. All right, we are back here for round 5. No, that's not round 5. It's quarters. Andrew, do you want to commentate? Do you want to commentate?
Alright. Who's Brian?
We got
Alright, we got Brian versus Kareem.
Kareem. We got guest commentator,
Me.
Andrew,
Hi.
in the booth here.
I'll try not to get canceled.
Okay. Not this time. That's it.
Alrighty.
We got Kareem versus Brian here in for our top 8. Brian is the 1 seed and Kareem is the 8 seed here.
He leaked in, as he
Kareem
always
played
does.
a barn burner game last round versus Larry,
Larry.
and Larry was 1 card off of comboing with Breach.
Oh, he was playing the
Jeskai, the Jeskai
new
Breach.
Jeskai Breach. That deck's
Like the Ross Meridum Jeskai Breach.
That's pretty sick.
good.
We got a monkey on the field, and he's got. So what is this? It's just burn, right?
It's just burn. It's
Yeah.
just red deck wins. It's burn. Very fun. Very fun. Kareem is playing Mardu Pile. He's playing Obosh.
Okay.
Yeah. You know Kareem's Obosh list, you know how that goes? Very interesting. And then our backup stream, we have Domain Zoo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Modern is in a different place right now.
So yeah, it's been a fun day. There's a lot of blue-white control in the top tables
Okay.
all day today. And then
They just started beating each other because that's what happens.
yeah, there's a lot of control. There's a lot of control in mid-range decks, and then all the mid-range decks played against each other, and then they lost 1 round, and then they were done. And
Gotcha.
now we have a very interesting top 8, where Kareem is playing Mardu Pile, like he always does.
Yeah, I mean, he just plays whatever the best Mardu deck is. I can't believe he's not playing Grease Fang right now.
He's just playing
Just good old-fashioned.
good old-fashioned Mardu Pile.
I think that's IOK, aka Inquisition of Kozilect. Looks like he should take this Searing Blaze, actually. And then he's got a Goblin Guy that's going to enable, I think that's a light up of the stage as well.
Skewer the Critics.
Skewer. Okay.
Skewer.
So he plays the secondary creature, so the Goblin Guide's not a free attack. Go from there. Looks like he drew Wooded for a turn, or is that Sunbake Canyon?
Something. Is that some?
Yeah, you're right.
Some big. Boop. Boop. Alright, got the Goblin Guide, and he's just gonna pass here.
Yeah.
Can Siri. No, it does not sing over anymore, but.
No, what he can do is he can draw a card. I mean, he's running out of. This is what Mardu does to. When it gets to do its thing, it does it really well, which is tear your hand apart. And if you actually attack Burns' hand with basically everything but Thoughtseize, Duresses, and Inquisitions, they just fall behind so bad because there's nothing there. Oh yeah, he's blocking. He threw both the creatures in the bend, but Kareem can absolutely just like. I think he has a path in his hand.
Actually, what is the creature again?
This creature? Graveyard Trespasser, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I believe it is. I can check. This is Kareem's, right? No, that's Sean's. Where's
It should be in the pile. This is all the top 8 lists.
Oh, okay.
Jesus.
Okay, this person didn't say their single name.
No, that's funny.
Okay. Yeah. Ashton and Tyler Jung. Is Jung?
Yeah, it's this one. Mardu.
Oh, deck the letter. Yeah, it's.
You know how that goes.
Yes, I think it's not Death Shadow. It's gotta be. I have no clue what card that is. Saw season 5 minutes. I can't see what that card is. It's gotta be Burnington Forge Tender.
I'm not gonna look.
I'm asking you. I saw this.
Sorry, everybody. I was trying to figure out what the card that is because I am blind. I wouldn't even be here right now. You know, I was gonna go see all of the emo bands today, but it got canceled due to the worst wind day in the history of Vegas. It looks like. So, you know, good old times to be watching Magic now. Kareem's just gonna give Monastery.
All right, we figured it out. It's just a secret layer Death Shadow.
Oh, so it was a Death Shadow.
It's just a Death Shadow. It's just the secret layer version, so it's the weird art.
Okay, he spookied me. I wonder why he plays Warbosh. Scare you.
Bosh. I just don't know if there's like.
Has to block. Chomp. But now he is facing down a
10-10?
10-10, and he is at 9. There is no cards in Heckman's hand. He could just taxis, hit you for, put you to 1, go to the 11. Oh, he didn't. He just realized what that does, and there we go. All right, we're gonna go to the game.
Next game.
Do. And then.
That is the eye.
Sorry, Dad.
And then it's the eye and the there cool.
Yeah, look, now it's Sunny.
Sunny.
He's playing Devoted Combo. We're gonna get some Domain Zoo.
Domain. Yeah.
Terra 2 Kavus. Leyline Binding really made this deck, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, that
Yeah.
makes sense.
So like it was like the same Domain Zoo, and then now you're just gonna play Leyline Binding 4 of.
Yeah,
so
that
like
card's
your removal
insane.
spell is just so much better.
Yeah, the card's just insane. You
But-
get those, and you get Prismatics, and
Yeah.
you just use.
You
Yeah.
do a lot now. I know, and then also the Kavu printing was pretty good for it as well.
Yeah.
Just get a 5/5 instead of Tarmogoyf.
I like Tarmogoyf.
I also-
Tarmogoyfs are $16 right now, boys.
They're so cheap.
That is the insane.
Oh, cheap. I remember buying OG Tarmogoyfs for like $85.
Trigger. Yeah, I remember buying. I bought OG Tarmogoyfs that were signed by the entire shop for $50 still. You could not even tell it was a Tarmogoyf. It just said Tarmogoyf at the top, and then it had. It was signed by everybody. I never played with them. I was like, I don't even know what Tarmogoyf does. I'm so stupid. Is that a Stubborn Denial? Into. Pay 1 more. Oh, so you didn't draw the card. Gotcha.
There was a interesting game from Sunny earlier versus
Wild Nikotl?
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah.
I'm in love with this deck already.
No, this deck's sweet.
Do you get to play Curdape?
No, he doesn't play Curd I don't believe. Wait, does he?
No, he doesn't.
I mean, he could.
Yeah, you're right. He could. No, this is Devoted Druid Trumbo. It's yeah, this is the Territories, Dracons. The Brawler is also an interesting card too that came out.
Mm.
And then 4 stubs the main is crazy.
Yeah.
That's
Manny got game 1 versus Sunny, so
boom.
we saw an interesting game in Sunny play against Blue White Control earlier, and he threatened lethal 8 times in a row, like 3 times on 2 different turns, and then 2 turns in a row, and then still lost.
Oh, what are you doing?
Is it once?
Oh yeah, you right. Ah!
What happened? Go back. Go back.
Stop it. Okay, who won?
Creep.
Space.
No,
Dash.
it.
Yeah, I know. What I was saying is you didn't do that.
No.
You didn't do this one. Now no one gets to see. LOL.
Oh, there we go.
That looks like a prismatic ending on a Goblin Guide. Fetch Shock. Get Goblin Guided again.
Goblin Guide again. The one thing But it's always super interesting is like the dash shadow builds versus like burn, because like
They could just die.
you can die, both can die at every moment of the game after
Yeah.
like turn 2.
Because he's going to put him at 13. And then, really, what Brian should do is try to make a couple of land drops, let Kareem do the most of the damage, and then just try to kill him in one turn with 3 burn spells.
Mhm.
That is generally how burn wins these matchups. Because if they just hit, like, Death Shadow and you put them to 5 and you run out of gas, you are just, like, absolutely fucked. You just, like, they just go Death Shadow, and then... I don't know if he's playing Battle Rage, but he should be because that deck is sick.
Don't believe they play TBR anymore.
Well, that's lame.
It
That's
is.
way less.
That's what I'm saying. I'm a fan of TBR.
You should be absolutely just trying to murder people as fast as possible, Death Shadow. Unless you're playing the Grixis version, which he's playing Mardu.
Mardu.
I didn't even know what they sideboard. I'm assuming just more discard spells. Maybe a wear and tear. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think he need. I don't know. I just don't think he has anything for this, anyways.
Maybe Blossoming Column.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, he did bring in Blossoming Column. That's the top card of his deck.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, a lot of the mid-range decks these days just don't have anything for burn.
Honestly, sticking Eidolons too are just like
Yep.
insane.
Their burn played Jund last round, but the Jund deck was playing the Tatiova Zoro version,
Amen.
and he sacked 4 lands and didn't die to 3 burn spells of that and then got a Shadow Spirit and he just like scooped. I was like, that's funny. That's the cool version of Jund.
Yeah, I like the solo Windgrace version that's been floating around.
Yeah. Play 2 souls. I was like, damn, you could play soul in this format too.
What card did you just play?
Inquisition.
Oh, is that okay?
That's the OG.
This is the OG one. Yeah, you're right. He's about to get his burned.
But
Just bolted.
I get bolts. He still does have that lightning bolt in hand.
I think it's bolt and land, right?
Yeah, I believe.
There's no reason to do this if it's not bolt and land.
Bolt. Yeah,
Yeah.
the fire is it.
Yeah, you just get a redraw for 2 turns, basically. Because this is like the dangerous spot.
Yeah.
Like if he just lands he can't do it because he has just white mana.
If he just has shadow here,
Yeah.
there's a chance of winning? Yeah.
Yeah. See, this is... You're staring down the fucking barrel of a 9/9 now. 2 turns. You have to just get there.
Does he hit the one off the top? Because he has all the spike.
Oh my god, I think he did.
Spike. Goes to 1.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, is it 12-12?
He has a 12/12. That Thoughtseize does nothing for him.
The land does something. It's Season Pyromancer. So Season Pyromancer, 2 useless spells.
So do you just ditch? You just ditch him, right?
Oh yeah, I mean you have to just both,
Mm-hmm.
and then
You can just play land tapped and then ditch both, or ditch that and then
you get an extra 1/1.
gets a 1/1 and he gets to draw 2 cards, see what's up. Those 2 cards are bad.
And
He's
then
just going, I'm just gonna.
hopes.
Yeah, he's just going, I'm taking this. I'm gonna just rip a burn spell. Oh no, he's just. Oh,
You didn't jump. You didn't jump.
he's gonna
Oh,
chop.
yeah.
Oh, because he's just like, fuck it. That gives me. That's the correct move, because then it just gives him an extra right off the rip. Yeah, he just has an extra rip. But he could just die right here.
So 315.
Dash Runky. He could dash Runky.
Runky. 17 exactly, right? 12, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Yeah, right? Because, yeah.
This technically
Oh
is
my
this is
God.
lethal if he doesn't have.
Yeah, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
12.
12. Oh my god.
And he got him.
Oh
And
my
Kareem
God!
Kareem!
What a
Kareem!
absolute look, Zach.
Kareem started 1-2, by the way.
That's insane, dude.
Alright, going back to Sunny.
All right, we'll see who's winning this one. That was insane.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Alright, we gotta switch the match score. Oh, no. Sean won. It's okay. It's the same. It's the same.
Okay.
Alright, we're chilling. Yeah. Oh.
Bad? Okay,
oh.
never mind.
I don't
Alright,
know.
whatever. I just wanted it to be on center, but it's okay. It's okay.
Honestly, it's getting to be cold to get a Vizier.
So that means that he's
Is he
probably
playing?
dead. Oh, that's a druid.
But that means he got Vizier.
Yeah, he has.
Okay. And we play Vizier.
But I don't think he can. Can he go infinite now? Oh no, he can.
Yeah, he can. He's just
But-
like seeing if they have a bolt or.
Well, he has to. This is where he has to respond. So if he has a bolt for the the dryad or whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah, to kill a dryad here.
Druid. Devoted druid.
And then Sunny's actually playing the whatever the black spell, the fractioning black spell where you can get the creature back and it has haste.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that card's sick.
It's here somewhere. Post-mortem lunge.
Yeah, that card's been insane in red black scam, so it's pretty cool that he's adding it to his.
Just has leyline binding.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
and can cast it. So good.
You tap. Oh yeah, kill. You should kill it.
He kills it so that he can post mortem it.
Mm-hmm.
That's smart.
He just says post-mortem cord and boom.
Well, he needs black mana, so.
Oh no, it's Phyrexian.
Oh, so yeah, he could
Yeah.
just. Well, he didn't have it, so.
Okay.
I don't know if he has post mortem in his hand, but that's a cool card. Gains hates, exile at the end of the turn, good stuff.
Sony said that it was because everybody plays interaction. And I was like,
If anything,
I was like, yes, Sonny.
if anything, he is correct.
He's,
So
not,
he-
he's not lying.
Yeah, he dashed it. He said, "Here's the top card of my deck. It's a land. I don't need that anyways. My grandpa's card does have bad decks." Treasure.
And he got the treasure token. Here we go.
That's just what you are. You're my shining star.
Oh man.
I think you just slammed Kavu, right? You just have to put pressure on him.
Yeah, you just have to slam here. Unless you have an interaction in your hand, you just have to slam. And hope.
The crazy thing is, I was looking at Sonny's list, and he just has randomly. I'm sorry, this guy's list, Sean's
Mhm.
list. He just randomly has 2 Teferis in it. Like,
The 3-man terrors?
yeah,
Oh, he can cast it.
I understand. He can cast every card in Magic, but it's just like you're an aggro deck, and then you're just like randomly like,
Yeah, you
I
got-
also have
And
Teferi.
you bounce a creature, and you draw a card. And then they can't play on your turn.
I guess. But you,
I remember playing Azorius aggro in Standard.
so you're trying to tell me there's not a 2-0 that we can't play? Like a
I mean, he's playing
Tarmogoyf?
Dromoka's Command.
Yeah, and I am questioning these 3 cards right
No,
here.
I'd play Dromoka's Command. I would just cut Teferi for more Dromoka's Command, because that card's gas.
What about a Tarkus command? I'd be in for the Tarkus command.
Oh, a Target's Command is the bolt, and then the +1/+1, right? Dromoka is the
Or-
fight one.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Or you can do
I like
like,
a target.
put a land into play, which is insane. And then you can put a land into play at instant speed, and then leyline binding off the fetch.
Alright, we going in. We're going in.
That
We
is.
might be going somewhere. Alright, Sonny, play Devoted.
Yeah,
Sean needs something.
he's got exactly this turn.
He said, "Can you kill me? Can you kill it?"
Look how he just goes like, yeah, you don't have it. I know you don't. Look at me. Doing my thing.
Sonny's like, "I'm posted, bro." Like,
He said, yeah, attack me, whatever. The game's over, baby.
And this is why he's like, yeah, whatever. It's fine. I'm going to go up to 20.
Oh.
Just going to go to 14.
Oh.
Okay, no problem.
Oh.
We're tanking for an amount of reasons right now. Yes.
There's another combo. Okay.
And then
Oh,
we're going
it
to...
does have a bolt. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right. You can't slow roll me like that. He said, what if I just played another one?
Oh, he got post. There you go.
Go infinite. Call.
Yep. All right.
For the walking blister.
Game 3.
Game 3.
Game 3.
Woohoo!
No, we're on table 1. Oh, no, we're on table 2. Never mind.
I'm on the right one, right?
Yeah, that one. No, just double click. Boom.
Boom. Alright. Fix the things that have been bugging me forever now.
Boom. You got it. That one has to be sent to that.
That's not...
There you go.
Boom. Okay.
Is it better?
Yeah, in my heart. Oh my god. Peter, why is this offside?
Oh my god.
Why are you guys like this? Close enough.
It wouldn't move earlier, and then we were just like, we
Fuck it.
were clicking things, and I was like, I don't know if we should be clicking things. And me and Jazz looked at each other, we were like, yeah, we should be clicking things. We just left it.
Fair enough. If you don't know what you're doing, you're just like, I
We're
know
like-
this part.
We're like, do we click more things and hope it works, or do we leave it off center
Leave
and
it
not
off-center.
break anything possibly?
That's fair. I'm
That's a fair opportunity cost right there.
that you're trying to have my boss come in and just randomly yell at me because I fucked everything up, or it worked but it's just slightly off.
Or
We do have all of these playmats for sale, by the way. I know we haven't really plugged anything. If you guys want to go to our socials, you can go to any of that stuff at that end of that link tree. In fact, there is our website. It is online. If you use the code Darkside 10, you get $10 off of any singles purchase over $10. And then if you have $50 of cards purchased, it is free shipping. Or you can just select in-store pickup. Also, if you want to do in-store pickup and pick it up at Magic 30, we can absolutely do that too. You just have to give us a message saying that that's what you're planning to do, and then we will have it pulled for you.
we'll be there.
And we will be there. We won't be underneath our own banner, but we will be there helping out some people. Very unfortunate. Yell at Reed Pop for me. If you guys see Reed Pop, it plays. Tell them that you wish that their local game store was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Power 9. Alrighty. He went Lair of Hydra into Noble Hierarch. And here we are. And he went into Triumph, which is probably his best start he can do. Into... Did he get the wrong Triumph?
No, it's the soul.
Well, I was just looking at what the one he had. No, he got the Sultai into the Steam events. He did it correctly. And he went into a Scion. That is good pressure. It's a 4/4 flyer. It also gives like a million different abilities based on whatever. I think it gives haste and trample to territorial Kavus.
Scion.
Yeah.
Scion of Draga. Domain. Flying. Each creature you control has vigilance if it's white, hexproof if it's blue, lifelink if it's black, first strike if it's red, and trample if it's green. So
A lot of Q. It also has flying itself. It's pretty good. All right, Sonny has a devoted druid, and he's posing the question: do you have a response? He doesn't. Does
None of
Sonny
this
have it?
matters. He doesn't have it. He said, pass turn, baby. He said, well,
Does Sonny have Vizier,
I think he does.
or does he have?
He does have Vizier because I think it's the second card on his right-hand side. I believe that's the card he has.
Okay, and then does he have Search, or no?
Does he have enough to do all of it? Yeah, he does.
Well, he does have to play around Sean having resources floating, technically.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so you call
Yes,
first?
call.
Because if you call and you go get a Vizier,
So, Sean has Stubborn Denial. So, if
he
Sonny
should have stubs there then.
plays Vizier, oh, does he have Bolts as well? I think he has Sub and Bolt.
Oh, first strike is red, not.
Yeah. It's not his Vizier. And he has Binding as well.
Who's he gonna binding? Well, he has to Binding.
It's in response to
Yeah,
Vizier,
yeah,
so it
yeah. He
to
has
be
divided the devoted druid.
devoted.
But he could just have another devoted druid. Just win the game. Well, he has one turn up. The tension is palpable. Nope, he just said, here you go, buddy. Here's my second one.
Let's play another one. Okay.
Thank you, Ryan.
Ryan Roper.
I appreciate it, man.
Thank you for liking the stream here.
Yeah, I really do enjoy that. Thank you very much. I mean, I don't know if a lot of people know, but Ryan did help us out tremendously when we were first getting started, trying to figure out how to stream, do all that stuff. I believe Sonny just won because he just showed him his entire hand, and then they both scooped. But we'll be right back with Kareem as an interview. But we will be right back.
Unmute.
Unmute that.
We're
We're about to get the whole fucking interview and not even have a single word. Like,
All right, we're back. We're back here with a top 8 competitor, Kareem, that just won his top 8 match, beating the 1 seed to make top 4. How are you feeling today, Kareem?
I don't know if you guys watched those matches, but they were pretty intense.
There was definitely matches out there. You know, they're pretty good.
Yeah,
I wanted to say, you started 1-2 today,
I did.
and then made the miracle run to 3-2, get the 8th place seed to make top 8 here. So now you have the Gilded Goose, and now you're in top 4. So hopefully you can keep going.
Yeah. I starting off that 1-2, I was not expecting to make it this far at all. My winning in to top 8 was also kind of a nail biter against against Breach.
Yeah.
Against Breach, and then this match right now, like against Brian. I think both games he had me at like 1 or dead to any any burn, and I got him on exacties on the last game, and then the first game I just attacked with a big shadow.
It's a big shadow. So looking through, do you know what the top 8 deck lists are? Did you scout around the other players or no?
So I know the top. So Brian was playing burn. We
Yes.
have another burn. We have another burn player. We have a control list. Sunny's on that really spicy Devoted Druid combo.
Yep. There was Domain Zoo.
Yep.
And then there was Ponza.
Okay.
And then there was another blue-white control.
Okay.
There's 2 burn, 2 blue-white, Domain, Mardu, and then a whole bunch of ones.
One Death Shadow deck. We made it,
Death
boys.
Shadow,
We made it.
So why choose Death Shadow today over like a more of a mid-range list of Mardu?
So I used to play the old Stoneplate lists.
Yes.
And while they had plenty of value and everything in them, you can't beat the efficiency of Death Shadow. And also obviously the option to play a companion. I'm playing Obosh. We've had a couple companions banned in the most recently being Yorion. The companions are still busted, and Obosh
quite
is
good.
Obosh is still an 8 mana 3/5 that really hits for 6, but the deck constraint isn't really a big deal. I still get to play bolts, I still get to play endings, Death Shadows. I get to play the efficient threats, Ragavans, and I get to play some of my favorite 3-drops in the format. PZ, Ranger Captain. I have a lot of game against decks that I shouldn't, like Living End and any of the Glimpse decks, because Ranger Captain's kind of like, nah.
Yeah. We were looking at your list and we're like, oh, you're playing Obosh, and we're like, oh, you're not playing Croxa, because usually Crox is like an auto include in a lot of these Death Shadow lists.
Yep.
But you have to give it up because of the Obosh.
Yep.
Was that a thing you thought about or no?
I did. A lot of what besides Croxa, which is obviously an incredible main board card, most of what I'm losing is a ton of sideboard cards, because it's a lot of 0s and 2s mostly. But having access to basically a free card all the time is a really big deal. I can play it. It makes my Death Shadows super huge. I can pitch it to Seasoned Peasies and create extra elemental from them. I still have some graveyard stuff going on with the K commands and the Seasoned Peasy synergy going on. I don't miss Croxa that much, especially with so many Solitudes and prismatic endings running around anyways. And people are packing the graveyard hate, and I just don't want to play into that.
100%, man. Well, good luck in the rest of the rounds today and stuff like that. We obviously going to go into top 4. I actually don't know who you play against top 4. I think they're still playing. I think on your side of the bracket they're still playing currently. So
I think I'm playing red, because it's 1/4 2/3.
That is true.
Yeah.
I think you do play red.
Yeah.
I think you play I believe you play red, so you got to play a control matchup. How are you feeling in that one?
So it's also kind of a 50-50. If he doesn't deal with Ragavan, it's a big deal, especially since I play Giver. So it's just I have ways to protect it. Prismatic doesn't hit it, and I play a lot of hand disruption. So it's really just going to depend on it's just a big value matchup.
Yeah, it's a big value matchup. 100%. Well, good luck in the next round and stuff like that. We'll see you out there.
Thanks, homie.
All right, there we go. We're back for our top 4. Oh yeah, I should switch the round number to top 4. But we're back. Top 4 here. Coming through. We got red on blue-white control. Facing this Kareem on Mardu Shadow here. And then we have actually a spicy match. We got the Domain Zoo. And we have the Unbound Flourishing X-Tribal deck on the other side. But we're going to start here for game 1 with red and Kareem. And then we'll transition into that other one when they finally finish their game. Coming down, we're on the top 4. Woo. All right. Red and Kareem, considered the guys that always go to time, paired against each other in this top 4. We might be here for a long time here. We waited a long time for a blue-white control matchup in top 8, but now we got a blue-white versus Mardu Shadow matchup in top 4. Might be here for a little bit. Might be here for a little bit, boys. We got Memory Deluge, some lands, a Solitude, a Leyline Binding. Looking at a decent grip here. There's 2 removal spells in that Memory Deluge. So probably take that Leyline Binding. Doesn't have another white spell yet for that Solitude. Might hopefully get enough damage on him to be able to kill him before any of that stuff happens. He does get to take the Solitude instead of Leyline Binding. Says maybe I can fight through one of them, but I can't fight through the second one. Solitude is also very good against that Death Shadow, so we're here. Alright, red getting that Triumph. I'm just playing a land in passing here. Doesn't have much going on with him. He can play Landline Binding if he does fetch for a shock land here. Does it just dash a Ragavan here for Kareem? See if red has anything. He does fetch. Gets a regular Triumph and then gets hit with that Leyline Binding here. We knew all of that information could be present at this given day. Red with basic land, Colonnade, Memory Deluge in hand. Decides to play a Hollowed Fountain. And passes the turn back to Kareem. Kareem draws. Plays that Blood Crypt, taking 2. And that Seasoned Pyromancer on 3 with 3 cards in hand here. Discards 2 cards, getting 2 1/1 tokens here. And passes the turn back to red. Red going to 4 mana here. Kareem tapping 2 mana for a second Ragavan here. Can come in with the team for 6 damage here against red, and look at the top if red does not have anything. Red looks like he just has a Memory Deluge. Takes 6 damage, goes to 10. Just sees Haul off the top, so it gets to make a treasure. It's able to crack that fetch here and shock. Puts Obosh to his hand. It's a Memory Deluge on the end step here for red. Looking at those top 4 cards here. This is a Wandering Emperor in one of them. To his hand, 2 on the bottom here. Does draw a Chalice of the Void for turn here, for red. Red taps 2, has that Chalice. Majority of Kareem's deck is going to be taken out of consideration here. Has a lot of 1-drop creatures here. One-drop creatures, 1-drop spells, everything about it. Can play Obosh here if he wants to just jam. Does get countered, but is able to attack in just for 4 here. Goes to 6. Alright. Passes back. Creamy's on top here. Draw. Just hits another land here. Does have another Seasoned Pyro in his hand. Red and Kareem do have a lot of extra value in their decks here. Kareem has the Seasoned Pyromancer loops, just drawing extra cards, be able to make extra tokens and everything like that. Kareem gets discard one of the 1-drops and a land here. Draws another land. Red having that Wandering Emperor in his hand. Going to be able to tap this 4 here. Play the Wandering Emperor. Is going to exile a Seasoned Pyromancer. Cream tapping 2. Is that a cut? Targeting his own Seasoned Pyromancer so it doesn't get exiled. So we can bring back the Seasoned Pyromancer later to do even more shenanigans and exile it and then make more tokens. Red drawn back up, has 2 lands in hand, draws a counterspell for the turn. Does have a colony out, as well as that Wandering Emperor that he can. Just make a dude. But he is at 4. Let's see. If Cream does hit that fetch, he would only need to hit him twice. Wonder Ember does tick down to make these 2 1/1s, or make it 2/2. Plays this land tapped. Passes back to Kareem here. Kareem fetches down to 8. We got Cyberclid is now following. Thank you. We're looking at Kareem shuffling to go right back into his turn. Kareem draws, has 6 mana here. Just jams. Jam everything. Jam anything into red here. Use the 2/2 to block the other 2/2. He has to block the 2/2 or he dies. Can use Celestial Colony to block another one. It's Mike. Got destroyed from in the stands. What's up, Mike? Have fun. Hope you enjoy this part of the stream here after playing the event today. We are looking at Kareem's match real quick. Is going to have the Celestial come out off red sides. 2/2 gets to block the 1/1 and then block a season. And then he's taking 2 here. Goes down to 2. Kareem has a land in hand. And gets to pass. Then he gets to Seasoned Pyromancer on the end step, make more tokens. So he has 3 tokens currently. Gets to make more tokens on the end step here. Red needs to find something. Does just draw a land. Has a counterspell in hand. And can activate a Colonnade. So you can block 2 things currently. I can not tell what the other card in his hand
I
is.
think it's Memory Deluge.
does pass. Cream goes to 7. Now land times can exile that season Pyromancer on the end step here. Red is at 2. Does gets you 2 more. The draw for cream here. So just jam everything. Ask question later.
Cream's really thinking.
This is in a classic Kareem Red game. We're thinking about an
Yeah.
attack for lethal.
Yeah. And classic red over here, just
Red
draw
just-
go.
This is the classic.
All
Alright.
5.
Coming in for 5. Let's see if Red has anything off the top. I don't believe.
If that is Deluge, then he's probably gonna just try to find an answer, but I don't know what he'd find.
Pretty sure the only thing he could have found was Supreme Verdict last turn, and even through Supreme Verdict, he still died.
Yeah.
Looking pretty bleak here for Red. Tell Red to win fast. I'm hope Solitude saves him. That's true.
Bingo, block.
But he's one off of Memory Deluge plus Solitude, though.
And it is a counterspell, just a mono blue counterspell in hand.
Oh, he's deluging from the Graveyard. Okay.
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 Dig a little deeper, see what we can get. That's lands. Those are lands. That's a lot of lands.
So you can get like a Leyline Binding. Alright, and Cream gets it.
And Cream takes it.
Alright, we're gonna go to table 2. Right here. Let's see. Hide here. Do here. Alright, we got Sean versus Cerebella here. We got Sean on Domain Zoo versus Unbound Flourishing here. Oh, yeah, we gotta fix it. Boom. It's like a Leyline Binding on a Ren 6. I do like Zoo a lot.
The
Zoo's
Domain Zoo deck is
yeah.
sick.
It's sick, let me tell you. But this is an Unbound Flourishing deck. Like, this is X Spell Tribal. So
I was watching her
both
play
of
this
these-
throughout the day, and when I saw the deck list, I was like, "Oh man, this is crazy."
This is crazy.
But seeing her resolve a Unbound Flourishing into 2/4/4 Hasty Shivan Devastators, pretty good.
Yeah,
Pretty
pretty
good.
good.
She's
But
playing-
this
she's playing-
Domain Zoo does get to play Wild Cut up.
Plays wild. He's playing Wild Nakados. He has the new Wild Nakado, Nishoba
Mhm.
Brawler. He has Territorial Kavu, Cyan Draco, the usual domain package. But Cerebell, she's playing some heavy ramp stuff. You know, she's got the Utopia Sprawls. She's got the Arbor Elves. She's able to ramp out these Hydroid Krasis and these Shivan Devastators to try to stabilize. The
Mhm.
life gain with Hydro Krasis is pretty good. But it looks like she is facing off against a Wadnakotl and a Cyanide Draco right now.
That is true. That is true. We got both of those.
Alright, just cracking a Misty.
Cracking a Misty and
And
shocking as well. Getting another stomping ground here.
Yeah, the list is pretty sweet. She's playing Shatter Skull Smashing as part of her removal that just happens to work with the Unbound Flourishing.
Oh yeah, that's true. That is true.
She has Shark Typhoon, so she can cycle it, make a big dude, and then draw 2 cards. Since cycling is an activated ability for the Unbound Flourishing. It's a pretty cool deck. Definitely one of the rogue choices for today, but it is a very cool deck.
And there's Clothis.
There's a Clothis coming out.
There is a Clothis here. Alright, Domain just gets to untap here. Has a 4/4. Has double Bolt in hand as well. As
Looks
a
like a Wadnakotl.
Wildlife and a Dramoka's command. So just type for 4. Bring it down to 11.
Yeah, as Jeremy said way earlier in the stream, Dramoka's command to save your Nishoba Brawler from a lightning bolt is pretty cool.
Yeah, it is
That's
pretty
pretty
cool.
good.
Pretty cool.
That's
Pretty
pretty
cool.
good.
Pretty cool. You know. I will say Sean has the right bolts. He has beta blue bolts.
Yes.
Yes.
He does have
I
beta
remember.
bolts.
I remember having beta bolts, and let me tell you something. Those are the only bolts I will accept.
Yes.
Any other bolt is just not correct. I think like you're not spending money on your bird deck's like what $300-400 if even.
Yeah, you may as well go.
Yo,
go a
yo,
little
you
more
got
in.
$800 to spend on bolts, bro.
Yeah.
That's an investment, bro.
The mystical archive bolts are pretty nice too. The Japanese ones.
See,
the
true.
art on those pretty nice.
True.
Or Judge promo bolts.
But blue bolt.
Yeah.
It's blue.
Got to get a playset of Rush signed bolts.
I
That's the one right there.
I'm not a fan of signed cards. Not a sign. Not
It's
a
okay
sign.
to be
dude.
wrong, Peter.
I also don't like borderless cards.
Okay.
I like the traditional bordered cards. Not like every old card. Like it's not like I like the art of the old cards better than like newer cards.
You
I just
just
like
like
how
the-
borders look.
Yeah.
Because I feel like just as like an art style, things that are just like not bordered, it doesn't like
It doesn't.
Doesn't trap
It doesn't
the-
look cohesive.
it
with your
doesn't
whole
yeah it
deck.
doesn't look like trapped like in like not like trapped but like it doesn't look cool. Like the art doesn't look as cool as it could be. It's not highlighting it. It's just like yeah the art's there. Here's the card. Versus like yo this art looks fucking dope. You know. But I don't know. That's just that's how I look at it. That's how I look at it as well. Yeah, like those forests.
The forests are nice. I saw a lot of people playing Infinity Lands.
A
today.
lot of people are playing Infinite Dance, and don't get me wrong, they look really cool. But you know what looks cooler?
Beta forests.
Beta Forest.
Unglued.
The
Unglued forests.
ones that have the borders and
Yeah.
stuff like that, those are actually
with
really
the,
cool.
with the
I-
fat tap symbol.
I think those are heavily underrated.
yeah.
I think
People
those
don't like the tap symbol.
they don't like the tap symbol, but like it's heavily underrated. I'm just saying. All right, we got
That is a
That-
Shivan Devastator.
the Shivan
that has
Devastator.
resolved.
that's
Looks
Taps
like,
and attacking.
Looks like X was 5.
yeah 5. So swings for 5.
We'll go fix the dice thing.
Yeah, tell them to use the.
Bam. We were correct. X was 5.
Alright, here we go. So we got the Scion. Okay, so we gotta do math here. So this brings it down to 8. You got double bolt that goes to 2. You had 1 after Mocha, so that's 1. So you need 1 more damage, but you don't have it, so you have to play something else? Oh, you're double bolting the dragon.
The Devastator, okay.
Okay, because you don't have lethal. So
yeah,
you have.
So you're just going for the long play.
I wonder if you just like. Because like now you just get. It allows them just to like drain you for 2 off the bolt. You could just skipped that. There's no way that like they're playing counter spells and they drop something big and then you get to bolt them. Alright, they're bolting.
Cerebella coming down with her own bolt.
We have another bolt here.
If she has another Devastator, XS4, that would be lethal. Go for Dramoka's command.
And we get a Dramoka's command. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And you got anybody a Dramoka's command lover here?
Yeah, Sean here plays 2. He has 1 in the main, 1 in the board.
Sack enchantment.
Looks like they got I am being summoned.
Oh yeah. We get a sack and enchantment here. Well, it doesn't. I mean, it looks like it's just like indestructible or something.
We just needed a translation on Dramoka's command. Sean's deck is actually like 98% foreign.
Oh. He didn't choose sack enchantment.
Huh. Yeah?
Yeah. He, okay, well, he has a counter. Now he has Stubborn Denial in his hand.
Stubborn Isle very good in this matchup since Cerebella is going to be slamming down big X spells.
Goes to comment, gets iced. Alright, stubs it. Alright, counter. Rushing for 5. Go 5. Passes. Technically on a 3-turn clock here. But
Yep.
he is at 5. He's going to go to 3 off Clothis.
Clothis is going to just keep exiling stuff. And Sean is feeding it, making sure that Clothis has enough non-lands to hit. To keep taking in for 2.
Technically, both of them are on a 2-turn clock.
Yeah.
There have been multiple bolts used on creatures instead of electals this game. And we could have been another game.
This definitely, yeah.
You know, Cerebella would have took 2 more damage. Sean would have took 2 less damage if he didn't bolt on main phase.
Is that a Pyromancer?
Yep, we got a Seasoned Pyromancer.
That is a one-off Pyromancer, I believe, in Cerebella's deck. That's a pretty
There's
good
a
top deck.
Shatter Skull Smashing and a Utopia Sprawl, making 1/1s. We do have the tokens. Look at us go.
Yeah, look at us being prepared.
Look at us with tokens. Alright. There's a dragon I see.
Yeah,
Yeah,
looks like she has a Shivan Devastator. Is that
a rag?
is that a Ragavan?
Oh. Alright, back to Sean here. Sean just scoops it up. Heading to the next game. Alright, let's go hop back up on table 1 here. Getting back to Kareem and...
Alright. So let's see, what are we looking at here? One of Kareem's Sacred Foundries is under a Spreading Seas. He's got 2 treasures, meaning he got a couple of hits in with Ragavan earlier in the game.
double Spreading Seas.
Yeah, he's got a Giver of Runes out. And looks like red used a Leyline binding on that Ragavan.
Alright, going back to Kareem's 4th turn, I want to say. Looking like it. Cycles the Street Wraith, goes to 9. Does get to just play a mountain, so still has red mana. Taps 2, dashes a Ragavan.
Dashing Ragavan.
Or
and
Dashing some Ragavans.
can't 100% tell, but I'm pretty sure red has full 5 land domain right now. But he
yes,
goes
he
in
does
for
have he has the double Triumph.
Yeah, he goes in for the counterspell on the Ragavan.
Looks like that is a Death Shadow.
Yep. Death Shadow, one of the new sweet Secret Lair alternate arts that they've released recently.
That's something. I don't like Secret Lair arts. A lot of
Really?
them, a lot of them suck.
They're so nice.
This one, for example, that one sucks.
You don't like that one.
The OG Death
I mean,
Shadow.
it's very iconic.
It's very iconic.
It is very
It's like a
iconic.
dude, and then there's the fucking Death Shadow. Like
Yeah, I'll give you that one for sure.
like that is. I told Kareem in between rounds that he's playing the wrong Death Shadow, and he just chuckled.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, you're just wrong. Like the OG art, like it's dark, it has old border, like it looks cool.
I used to have a playset of Death Shadows a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Howard Lyon. He was doing these foil signatures at GP 2018, and I don't know how he did it, but like he did like an airbrush style like splatter.
Yeah.
So he signed it with like the red foil,
Mm-hmm.
and then he like added like a red splatter to make it look like blood coming off of the signature. It was really sweet. I kind of miss those Death Shadows.
Mm. All right, Kareem untapping here. Something you do have is you have Archmage's Charm to steal the 1-cost Death Shadow.
Yes. But if he does do that, that Death Shadow is a 1/1 on Red's board.
It is, but it does steal a Death Shadow.
Yeah.
which
It
is
definitely
key.
mitigates a lot of damage. Or you can just steal Ragavan.
You can. There's definitely a possibility here.
But at this point,
Kareem
I don't
does
think,
have
I don't
a,
think
uh,
Kareem's hard casting Ragavan. I think he's dashing it in every time he's casting
Oh, yeah,
Ragavan
100%.
at this point.
We have a Lightning Bolt and a Colgan's Command. So you do have some burst in this deck as well. Not 5 damage.
Now that you bring up that Archmage's Charm play, though, if Kareem does dash in another Ragavan, Red can steal the Death Shadow and block it and kill the Ragavan. Let's see, he looks like he's tapping for 3. Looks
Yep.
like Ranger Captain.
Or he might just be playing
No.
the Colgan's Command.
Oh,
bring
okay.
bring back Ragavan, make you discard a card.
Okay.
And then you can dash Ragavan and have Bolt. It's either discard a card or deal 2. Because what? Death Shadow is a 6/6 currently. So
Yeah.
6 plus 8, Bolt is 11, plus the 2 off Colgan's Command is 13.
Go for the Charm to counter the K command.
Okay. So if he's countering the King Command, you're still taking 6 off this
Taking
Death Shadow.
6.
So you go to 6. He has Bolt in hand. His Bolt Prismatic ending. Okay. Yeah, just swing 6. Swing 6, go to 6.
Alright, Red's down to 6.
Gets Obosh back. Okay. Goes down to 5. Alright, as we look at it right here, we got a Bolt in Kareem's hand. We got Red at 5.
Red getting another Archmage's Charm could turn this game around. Looks like a prismatic ending off the top.
Smarty is very good here. I don't know what the other card in is. Is that a Teferi?
It might be, yeah, it might be it's a fairy. That or it's an Ottawara. Red needs to be very careful with the play here because Kareem buying that Obosh makes it so that he has lethal
Okay, so it
with
does have
Obosh Bolt.
3 Magic Fairy. He can just bounce the Death Shadow. Then he bounces Death Shadow,
Yep.
gets to draw a card.
He needs to draw a counterspell here for the Obosh. Castle Vantress.
Gets his companion back. Taps out.
Red's grabbing Kahira, and I think that's game on for Kareem. He's going to cast Obosh, then use that treasure to cast the Bolt.
He's trying to find it.
There it is.
Bolt, the 6.
Yeah, bolting for 6.
And has it.
There it is.
Kareem with the 2-0, heading to the finals. All right, we're going to go to table 2 here.
Back to Cerebella and Sean's game here. Looks like a Fury just resolved to take out a Cyanide Draco. That is a very early Cyanide Draco.
That is a turn 2 sign of Draco.
He got the fetch into a triome.
Curses, Kareem won again.
Yes. We'll pass that message along, John. We got you.
We'll pass it on. We'll pass it on. There you go. Sean, the third.
Ooh,
Plays
Sean
to
with a
fairy.
3 fairy, okay.
Does get about the Utopia Sprawl from Cerebella. Gets to fetch. Alright, here we go. Looking for it. It's just a play. Just gets to play that Birding Pool tapped right there.
All right. So Cerebella and Sean are on game 3.
Oh, they are on 3?
This
Okay.
is 3.
Okay, here we go. Let's play a Ren 6 here. Does get to play a Ren 6. The dice. The dice.
Hmm?
The dice.
The Rensics?
Yeah.
Hold on.
The dice. Does get to kill the 3 fairy. I need the white dice, please. The white dice. Alright, we're back with. We got the dice so we can see it for the stream.
Cool, we're good. Yeah, she casted it that turn. Down take to kill the fairy, and now it's back to Sean.
Yeah. I knew what she did. I was just like, we can't see the numbers. We can't see the numbers. Oh, we have a dashed Ragavan here.
Dash
kill
Ragavan
Ren-
Try to kill Ren 6.
Kill Ren?
Or is he trying to go off of value and just try to get a card or a treasure?
Does just attack her.
Yeah, going for face. Goes
Let's
for face,
see.
gets a fire ice off
Fire
the top,
ice.
which could also just get rid of the
Oh, the Ren
Ren
6? Yeah, that's true. What is that? Double tribal frames in hand?
I did not get a good look at it.
It's like old border red card. It has to be tribal flames.
Yeah.
I-
Alright. Fetch shocking for the steam vents.
Mhm.
So, yeah, it looks like he is trying to set up for some tribal flames.
Okay, he plays Kavu. And he needs to play.
Kavu. Love that card.
You gotta play
And a
Kavu
Wagnacoddle.
and Wagnacoddle. That goes back to his hand. Fire and Ice is exiled. Here we go. Alright, we got 14-15 here. We have, looks like Bolt in hand.
She's looking at a 5/5 Kavu and a 3/3 Wagnacoddle. Some big numbers.
So these pluses get
Grabbing
the
the foothills.
gets the foothills. Gets to play the foothills again.
I do not see a way for her to take out these big creatures. That is the thing with her deck. Is very.
I mean,
it's
not a lot of people
it's
are
very
running.
specific. It's
Not a lot of people
what it can
are running.
remove.
Are running all the a 5/5 Kavu.
Yeah. Because her Fury is a one of. We see that she's already used that on turn 2 here. She's playing a playset of Lightning Bolts and Shatter Skull Smashing as the other forms of removal. But nothing else, even in the board, nothing else really gets rid of that Kavu.
We're tapping 3 here.
She is running Earthquake. There is an Earthquake
There's
in
an
the board.
earthquake.
I don't know if the Earthquake was boarded in to deal with all the creatures on the ground.
Okay, well, we are looking at some trump blockers here. We got some Seasoned Pyromancer. You gotta discard 2 cards here. So looking like discarding a land and an Unbound Flourishing. Okay, so making a 1/1. Drawing 2 cards here. Playing another Utopia Sprawl.
She's at least got a chump blocker with these tokens and the pyro, but
Well, this looks like a Draboka's Command.
yeah, if Sean gets a Sign or Draco, then that Kavu gets even bigger and more threatening.
Kavu. Doing some math here. There's a Ragavan. It looks like double tribal frames and the Dramoka's Command. So just jams.
Alright. It's going in with a 5/5 and a 3/3. Just trying to force the blocks, I guess.
Technically get to exile something with the Kavu.
Yep. Always forget that line of text. That thing's a vanilla 5/5 in my book.
Okay,
Alright.
Double
she's
blocking.
Double blocking the Wagnacoddle, just trying to kill it. Taking 5 to the face and double tribal flames.
double tribal flames. And that's it.
That is
it. Alright, we got
Alright,
Domain
we have our
Zoo
finals. Domain Zoo
versus
versus Mardu Shadow.
Alright, we'll come right back to that matchup
Yeah, we'll
in
set
a
up
second.
We'll set up that match and
All right, here we are, looking at the finals today. We got Sean on Domain Zoo versus Kareem on Mardu Shadow.
Shout out
This
to
is gonna
boy
be-
Kareem.
Shout out to the boy Kareem. We got Red in the booth here with me for the finals here.
What's up? We out
This-
here scrubbing out on top 4, boys.
This matchup is gonna be a fast one.
Yeah.
There ain't no way. Nobody blocking.
I mean, he has to like get under him, right?
Yeah.
With the Death Shadow.
So, Kareem's obviously as a Death Shadow, that's going to be a limiting factor here. But as we saw in semifinals, Double Trial fans do not care.
No,
Like,
they do not care at all.
it'll
They're
ta-
just gonna
it'll
deal
ta-
5 to the face, and that's the way it is, you know.
All right, so he's going to fetch shock, bolt the Ragavan. Everybody's starting at 17. That's the new 20. 17 is the new 20, guys.
Tell Red to win faster. Who is that? Who was that?
All right.
Okay.
They wanted Kareem to lose.
Look,
So-
listen, all right? When I am not against the clock, it's totally fine. We can't lose. That's the worst enemy to a control player is the clock,
Oh,
especially
man.
when Jazz is looking at you.
All right, we're back to 14 here.
Can I see the Domain Zoo deck list real quick? What are all of his answers to Death Shadow? Bolt?
Leyline Binding.
Yeah, that answers everything. That's pretty good. Dramoka's Command out of
Teferi.
one of.
Teferi.
That's interesting.
And 3 minutes Fairy. All right, plays in Wild McCoddle here. We got a 3/3 out here, guys.
Okay.
All right, has a Thoughtseize,
Nice.
Sees
Kareem's
a-
favorite card.
Tribal Flames, and a Leyline Binding. So Tribal Flames will be 5 damage if he wants to take that out, or Leyline Binding is gonna do any single creature the first creature Kareem has.
Kareem doesn't mind taking 5 damage here, though, right? Because then
I
he
think
can freely
eventually-
resolve a Death Shadow, and then
Yeah.
if he takes Binding, it can't get removed. And that's going to be a problem.
That is pretty good. He only has.
Yeah.
Leyline Binding is really the only thing that can deal with it.
I'd be really surprised if he doesn't take Binding. Okay, yeah, he takes
Yeah,
Binding.
does take Binding. Does he have an answer to the Coatl?
What's the ratio of players winning with the Raiders-looking logo versus the Darkside?
So this is actually the first time that we did rival playmats. So
Oh.
we usually do same playmat, but this is rival playmat this time.
Yeah.
So this is going to be test 1.
I like it.
You know. So we got Darkside Games versus Raiders.
I like the Darkside Games one personally better.
Mm-hmm.
Because I always lose on the Raiders match.
Oh.
Always.
Unfortunately.
No bias there.
No
though.
bias.
Yeah,
No
yeah,
bias.
none.
It's a superstition. I know some people when I ask if they want to be on stream, they look at me and they're like, I always lose on stream, and I'm like, don't. I don't know what to
Don't.
say. Like I can't help you there. Like I don't know. For me personally, like I like playing on stream because then you can rewatch your games.
Mhm.
I just don't
Yeah,
psych.
like, oh, I messed up here.
You just
Okay.
don't get to psych yourself out anymore. All right, this is a 1/1 Death Shadow here.
It'll get there.
It's gonna get
gonna
there.
get there.
It's gonna get there. There's definitely no blocks on this wild code.
No.
There's definitely no blocks on this one.
Does it have trample?
The Quaddle?
Yeah.
No. It's just a vanilla 3/3. No, this is like old Magic. It just gets +1 if there's a plains and +1 if there's a mountain.
Oh, the domain.
Yeah, it's
okay,
it's like OG domain, so
Yeah.
it doesn't have additional text.
Nice.
Then you see
It should get eroded.
then you see like Kafu, like the new one that's like a 2-mana 5/5.
Yeah.
And then it also says it can like do other things. But does just Tribal Flames the Death Shadow and put the land tapped here. Goes to 9. Let's see if he has another Death Shadow. I know he has
his favorite turn 3 play. He could lead with Season Pyromancer here, right?
yeah, Season Pyromancers. There's
pretty good.
Murderous Cut in his hand. I know he has a Kolgan's Command as well. Kolgan's Command is not going to be able to kill something, but it looks like a cut for the Coatl.
Nice. Okay.
That's
That's his only threat right now,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah.
it's not bad there.
It's the top deck. There's a Stubborn Nail, and then there's now. Well, it's a Scion Draco, the big
Ooh.
flying boy here. The 2-mana 4/4 flying.
Must answer it again. There's a bolt.
The Bolt. Looks at
What is
a
that?
Bolt of Kolgan's Command.
Okay. Doesn't play the Marsh Flats.
Is the Scion just an artifact? Is an artifact creature, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's a dragon. Artifact creature dragon.
Okay. Well, K Command can kill it.
Yeah. Destroy
Yeah,
target
just
artifact.
destroy
Yeah,
the
that's pretty
artifact.
good. That's removal for it.
So
And he can get back.
yeah, get back Dash
Get
Shadow,
back
play
Dash
Dash
Shadow.
Shadow. That's a
like
6/6.
that. I like that
That's
turn.
pretty good. That's a pretty good one.
Is he going for
There
it?
you go, there you
Yeah.
go.
Okay. Oh.
Oh, but he does have the Summer Denial. We knew that
yeah.
was in hand. But we have a Bolt and a land in hand now. So
That was a really good summon.
Oh, and then just draws a bolt too. All right.
Wow.
I-
That was quick.
That was quick. We knew this was going to be quick.
We like it.
Where are we? This
Look at
one.
these settings. This is so
Cool.
neat.
I
It's
know.
cool seeing it from this side because
Yeah.
I never really get to watch this anyways.
It is this side. Although you have to like watch it on this screen because this screen like is so small, and then you're gonna be like, oh, that's a few view. But then
What's
you can't
the delay from real life to the screen?
I'd say it's probably like 3 seconds. I think it needs to buffer a little bit. But
9 viewers. Sonny, if you're out there, say hi, baby.
I miss
Say
you,
hi,
son.
Sonny.
Miss
I'm
you.
your #1 fan. Sign my islands.
Oh my god. Yeah, Sonny really the drip king out here though.
Yeah,
Like
it's-
that
Sonny's
dude's
so
deck
good at this
is
game.
actual drip king. Yeah, I've seen him play in those sleeves for like 5 years. Like, and they're just like,
Wow, they just don't get crusty. He just never
No-
sweats.
no, he just like, no, I think he bought like, probably like 40, 50 packagings and stuff like that. And like, he's been playing the
He's
same
consistent.
deck for, yeah, he plays the same deck. He probably like re-sleeves his deck every like 3 months and stuff like that. He's just like
Wow.
never will ever use other sleeves than that.
Out of all
One's a
these
tank.
technological devices, is there a USB-C charger? My phone is at 3%. What is that?
An iPhone charger.
No.
You ought to look. Ask Joe real quick, actually.
Who?
Joe.
Yeah, while we're in this intermission, what do you think they're gonna board in and board out? By the way, that's a great
Let's
question.
see.
Something to go over.
Used to play a bunch of Shadow. Got to be really conservative with fetch shocks versus burn heavy decks. Yeah, it's just like it's really hard playing against those matchups because like you either once you get down to like that 9, like that 6 to 9 range, you can just die. But but like you have to go to that range to try to win the game. So you have to two-shot them. You just have to hope they don't get anything. You know.
I'll be curious to see if whether or not he brings in. What is this? This rest in peace? Because he didn't really see much besides
think he
K
need-
command. He doesn't need rest
I
in
don't
peace.
even think he
right?
needs to. Like, Flusterstone, Veil, Rest in Peace, Deathling Clarion, Natural Slate, Hearse,
Yeah.
Dramoka's Command, Force, Alpine, Gigantha. Like, maybe you see the second Dramoka's Command come in. That's the only thing I can see. And then from, like, Cream side, there's, like, Blossom Column that could come in. But besides that, Higisu consumes all, not really. Wear and Tear.
Oh, wear and tear is pretty good. It can hit binding,
That's true, Wear and Tear.
and it can hit the scions.
You let the
So-
opponent do the work, fetch basics or fetch for tap. Yeah, I think it's like you gotta do that, but like still, it's like sometimes it's like tribal like we see like tribal flames for like 10.
Mhm.
Like you just can't play around that. Like you gotta hope. You gotta hope sometimes. You know.
Yeah.
You know.
I'll go look for this USB.
You just gotta hope on shadow sometimes.
BRB.
Especially because something that I don't know why they're not playing anymore, but I always like TBR in Death Shadow decks because it's being like, all right, cool. Here's 12. Here's 16 plus. Like, I always like those decks with TBR, especially in matchups like this. Yeah, no TBR. No TBR. TBR just kills. Dude, just gets a kill. Just gets a kill. I remember playing Mardu Shadow back when like Oops All Spells was legal still. Like I think it was like 2 years ago at this point. That was a fun time. You played like Bomat Courier and shit like that. That was fun. 4 TBR were really important in this game. Yeah, I liked playing like 2 is pretty good. Like it's like such a small amount. Like just you get to play like 2. Like you're not playing a lot of lands anyways. But I don't know. It looks like we have like 2 murderous cuts, so it's more of a mid-range type of style instead of like, oh yeah, you just die here. Especially because you get to play like Prismatic Ending now, and so he does have he isn't playing Blossom Calm, so or Burn Force Thunder. I forgot what the name of that card is, but yeah, you have Prismatic Ending, so he gets to be a little bit more controlling in this matchup on the side, and then hopefully get there. But we do have a Dash Ragavan here coming through, attacking for 2. It's 18. Just sees a land on top. let's see here. And gets to Inquisition from the treasure token from Ragavan here. Just looking at, there's a Bolt, a Stubbs, a Scion. The last card is a little tucked. We got a couple lands here as well.
So convenient that you guys also
The phone
have a
store,
phone
yeah.
store right there. All right, where we at? Is still sideboarding? Or what are your thoughts?
So he dash Ragavan and then uses the treasure to Inquisition.
Okay, nice.
And so just fetch to get the Triumph, obviously, on the end step. Don't know what he picked yet. Looks like Stubborn Denial he took. So it looks like he's setting up for K command on the Scion from his hand. And then there's a Leyline Binding as well, I see here. That was just top decked.
Is there an angle that you guys can take where it gets the opponent's hands a lot easier for the commentators, or is that
We would have to have
possibility?
you would have to have cameras on like the side, and because there's like the dual setup, you just can't do it. It's just like
Yeah,
the room's too small.
to have
to-
both the opponent's
yeah.
hands? Yeah, I got you.
Because whenever I go to like the Fab events, they have that,
Mhm.
but it, like the table's so bulky,
Got you.
like you couldn't fit it.
How difficult would an overlay have to be for us to like manually input cards as they draw it, as we see it? Would that be too much like manual input?
Yeah, you need like somebody like destined to do that. That's
Yeah.
not even commentating.
Yeah, right.
It's just so hard to, especially because like when you see people flick hands as well, like it's just like
Yeah.
it'd be so hard to read as well. But no, I know they do that. I know like if you ever watch like old Magic Pro Tours, they have that as well. Like they have somebody just like behind, but
Yeah,
like
that,
you see
gets
up
the
that
cards.
the stage on those are just like so huge. you
Yeah,
know?
it's a whole like arena platform. Yeah.
Yeah.
One day.
One day.
Yeah.
They like binding here.
Did Kareem lose yet?
That is something like those. I hope those big venue like matches come back. Like you watch the old pro tour, and there's like the stage game. There's like 4 stage games going,
Yeah.
and like there's like a team of like 20. Like I hope that comes back one day. I don't care what game it is. I just want to see stuff like that again.
Well, hopefully they do that with the 2 RCQ seasons that they already have announced.
Yeah, that's
that'll
true.
be huge. Will we get a game 3?
We have the Scion. Cream didn't have a 3rd land drop,
Mm.
so he gets to on top of the Scion. Still has the Bolt in hand. She gets to attack for 4. Got a 10. Gets to put Gigantha to his hand. Not really think about anything else.
Yeah, it's almost like if Kareem misses 3rd land drop there, he can kind of take a turn off, right?
Mm-hmm. Doesn't really have that much as well. Cream
Did he
Drew his card. Did he just, like-
draw and pass? No land drop again? That's huge.
does not have black mana, which is the very key.
Yeah.
The Sacred Foundry Mountain does just pass.
Wow,
So
that's huge.
goes back to Sean. Sean, I believe that's another Leyline Binding. Just gets to attack for 4 again. Not really thinking about it.
He's 2 bolts away from winning the game.
I know he has 1 in hand. He's just to play Gigantha. Okay, we have a.
There's a bloodstain.
There's a
right?
bloodstain, but if he fetch shocks, he dies. Does he ha-
Yeah. He has to play around this lightning bolt.
He has bolt.
He should respect
If
bolt.
if he fetches, he dies to Travel Flame. If he fetch shocks, he dies to bolt. Like, but you're so far behind because you have to chump block the Gigantha with the creature you have, and then you have to be able to deal with Scion. So he fetches, gets a mountain. I mean, he doesn't die to bolt. So he gets the mountain here.
Is that a swamp?
It is a swamp.
Alright, Kareem. That was a good run.
He has Bolt, so he just needs to. He can chump block Giganta. He just needs to kill Scion somehow.
Yeah, he can't afford to take 4 in the air and a bolt, so he would need a wear and tear here.
His cut.
Or a cut.
He has cut.
Okay, so he's not dead.
Oh, has binding.
Has binding and bolt. Show the bolt. Yeah.
Doesn't even need bolt. Just has binding for the creature.
Oh yeah.
And that's it.
That's
2-0 for Sean on Domain Zoo here.
Wow.
And that was a quick final. We knew
Yeah.
that was
That
gonna be a
was
quick
it.
final. It was gonna be one way or the other. But Domain Zoo winning the Modern Store Championship here.
stuff.
Thank you for everybody for hanging out, having fun, watching with us. Thank you, Red, for joining us for this
Oh, yeah.
amazing
Thanks
final.
for giving me this opportunity.
100%.
This is awesome.
Well, we'll see everybody in the next one. See you guys.
Bye, Sonny.